Oh, I forgot to unmute myself. Hello. Hi, hi. How you're doing? Welcome. Hi, Jay. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Evie. Hello, hello. Me. I don't mute Kobo. You couldn't mute Kobo. Kobo would just yip. It doesn't work that way. Hey. Also, I realized one thing that's very stupid is that I've been using the old version of VTuber Plus. I don't know why, but I've been using the old version, which I think has some updates? Question mark? Yeah, there are a few new things. Let me. Well, I haven't implemented it yet because I just found it. Here, let me unpause some redemptions. I actually don't remember if my PC can handle Ultrakill with all the 3D stuff open. Oh! Oh yeah, it should be available now. I'm slowly enabling them. Slowly. With how fast my PC can handle it. Big pet. And they have Jade just like, ouch. So, I mean, do I want to put this in? I could put this in. I mean, I'm sure other people have done it already, but... Okay, I'm just gonna make it... I know you guys can look at this, but it's okay. I'm gonna make it... And I'm gonna name it Milk. Milk. Redemption, the same thing, so that I need to make it in streamer bar. Damage? There shouldn't be any damage. Okay, now I just need to add this one. We have milk? Put it in quotations? Oh, you're right. Okay, let's put it in quotations. Milk. I'm not breaking TOS, okay? What am I saying? It's not even TOS. It's just milk. It's just milk. There's nothing wrong with this. Right? There's nothing wrong with this. Let me go to platform, channel points redeem, add. Title, I think it should quotation milk as well. I mean, I have to put it at, yeah, I have to. And then it's gonna be like white. I wonder if this works. I mean, it should work. It's VTuber Plus, right? It should be connected. Okay, yeah, it works. It's not TOS if it's just milk. It's just. I don't know why I had that in mind. 75. Oh no. Wait. Wait, Jade, wait. Hey. Hey, what does that mean? I don't know. Oh no, that looks weird. I'm covered in milk. Don't even try to tell me you're against it because I know it's bullshit. Hey, you're gonna let me bullshit my way through, okay? Marble bold. Oh. It is marble bold. Oh my god. I'm just gonna open up. Wow, Evie. So much milk. I cannot believe it. So much milk. Oh yeah, let me check something before I start. Why am I not waking up? This one's not eating much. Something is eating my PC. Why is Discord eating 100% my CPU? Is it normal for Discord to use that much CPU? Oh, it dropped down. Nope, it's still at 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25. I don't think it's normal for Discord to use this much. What happened? It's using a lot. I'm closing Discord. Fuck this. Yeah, I'm closing Discord. Get out. Maybe it's like some sort of a new update. I don't know. Oh, Discord is still here. What do you mean? I closed it. I closed you. Get out. I closed you. There we go. Okay, now we can play Ultrakill. I'm probably gonna go refresh my brain a little bit by playing Ultrakill like very early stages and see what can I do, right? Because I forgot what to do in Ultrakill. Yeah, it has been too long. Let me check. How long? Last played. Oh, I went blip. Yeah, it's quite a while ago. September 29, 2023. It has been a while. I got this, it's fine. I forgot how good the music is though. Maybe I like breakcore. Breakcore is good. Also, have I told you guys that my muscle hurts? And last night when I go badminton, it was a little bit too rough. This game contains scenes of explicit violence and gore. Don't we know it? And could Minton been bad? Spank it? It's not bad. It's just that it was too intense of a session and my muscle hurts today. Especially my legs. I was training a little bit yesterday with my friend as well. Like, we're hitting back and forth, left and right, so that I need to run around quite a bit. I think it's a good practice. Yip it. Yip it. Oh, this is like the boomer shooter style, right? But I want... Yeah, why not? Oh yeah, downscaling, right? Absurd. 36p! I want to play 36p, let's go. We don't need that, custom color palette. Oh yeah, it's all performance here because my PC probably cannot handle this as much. Only one way to try it. It's fine. I'm gonna try playing the first... Oh my god, how much is there when I first... What? It used to be only 4 and now it's 7! Oh shit! What do you mean there's so much? Oh my god! Okay, I was playing standard. Hi Kafira. Check out your meme channel before you play and try not to laugh. Oh Oh shit, I closed the Discord because it was using a lot of resources. I'm gonna go get my phone. Yep. Got my phone. I got my phone. I hope you've been well, Cafera. Hi, Brian. Big Yippin. Alright. Where's Discord? Here. Oh yeah, the Dragon Maker is pretty cool. It's fixed there. Ultrakill spoilers, levels of hell, limbo, last gluttony, greed, anger, heresy, violence, front, treachery. Ultrakill viewers. Why? Why is Ultrakill viewers in the depths of hell? Oh, is it because of the game? It's like hell stuff? Because reasons. Ultrakill viewers are animals. That bad? I guess I'm glad I put blind and no backseating there. They're absolute goddamn animals then. I wonder what they did. Now I'm kinda scared to ask too. Let's go standard. Alright, I was perfecting ranks and then I stopped at here because I got so sad. 2 hours. 2 hours couldn't do it. I need to go prelude again. Into the fire. I'm so slow? I'm the slowest P rank? Shit, I suck. Real talk? Of about 9 channels I've modded 4 on Witness. Oh, you mod so much? Oh shit. I never modded before because I feel like I'm not firm enough. Seven of them drop gables on Ultrakill players backseating or being toxic. I guess they are very... How do you say this? They are very...很积极 how do you say that 积极? Enthusiastic about the game. What to say? We're born to skate fast, eat ass. Ban evade. Yeah, do not condone. Crazy TF. Hi. Cucumber has been spawned. Wow. Cannot believe it. Who's the cute Kobo? I don't know. Hi. I'm gonna go full intro. Yes. It's been so long, okay? It's been so long. Last played was 2023 September 29. So perform recalibration recently updated. Why? Morgana boy, hi. Is the volume too soft? Well, we need maximum music. Hell yeah. Oh, it's setting. Rough pixelated warping. Smooth, easy read. I'm not an Ultrakill player. I'm definitely not. I'm not that good. Assist options overruled. So there's 7... Sorry? There's 7 chapters now? Shit. Last time I played was like 4, I think? Mankind is dead. Blood is fuel. Hell is full. That's very cool though. Ooh, wait, has it always been this sensitive? What kind of psychopath am I playing this sensitive? What the fuck? How did I play 30? What? There's no way. You got this? Shoot gun with bullets. Punch the pallets, throw the coins, keep style high. You know the deal. You got this? I got this. I think. Punch everything, actually. I like punch everything. Punch with grenades. Here. Shoot gun with bullets. A gun with 1 bullet? It's crazy that kobolds in D&D are like evil creature and party fooder. And the community turned into pets, which I find very funny. I'm not pet. I'm not pet. But you can pet me. I'm not a pet though. Punch. Alright, I can change punch with G? Yeah, this is a better punch. Sorry. Left control to slide. Oh yeah, this slide. It's milk. Don't worry about it. To be fair, she is dragon, which is Kobo accurate. Yeah. Left shift to dash. Considers can perform in there. Oh, that's how high you jump, right? Do close range damage to douse yourself in fresh blood. This is the only way to regain health. The ragdoll, I forgot how good it is. Oh wait, can I get more health by doing this? No? Oops, sorry. Oh. Oh no. What is? Don't worry about it. It's milk. Jump on the other water wall jump max 3 times. Left control in the air to ground slam. Hold for shockwave. Consume stamina. Oh. That's a cool tutorial. Oh no. Oh no. It's milk bold. Secret soul orbs get point bonus. Okay. I become milk. Okay, let me play through a few levels and get the rainbow milk. Get the feel of this game. New Blood presents. Wiggle. I like the wiggle too. Oh. Escape to skip? Why would I want to skip that? Oh, I got my gun back. I can parry, right? Wait. How do you play this? Right? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh wait, trajectory. Right, okay. Trajectory. Right, 3 different pistols? 2 different shotguns? 2 different... Oh! Oh, wait, this is it, right? Yes, I remember this. Okay. And then rocket launcher. That's about it, right? And I think I like shotgun the most because I get to do. Yeah, I get to do that. Yeah. Rainbow milk. Thinking about commissioning a wiggle emote myself. Same. Who does that? Space Tenebus. You keep that in mind. Explosion! Revolver. Oh! Do I not do that? Hey, walao, I cannot even see that shit. Okay, look at the floor. Okay. we good. I can parry. Hi, Panda. Kobo breaker. Jump. Oh shit, that's pretty cool. I think I still got this somehow. Do it again, I dare. Don't even try it. Right, shotgun is the easy mode, right? By the way, I hope you are doing good. Welcome. Punch a projectile to process the having to deflect it. Like that? Like that? Oh, hit me then. Hit me. Can I punch this one as well? Oh, okay. Wait. It might be possible. Oh my god, the sky's the limit. Taking damage temporarily reduces your maximum HP. Hard damage recovers faster when playing stylishly. Oh! How do you play stylishly? Whew! Is that stylish enough? I hope. Oh, it's so dark. Oh, I remember you. I remember you. Oh my god, I really don't know how to play this game anymore. This is how I play anyway. Okay, I think I'm ready to go for the newest stages, right? The newest stages. Hey, we got style. You get 5 cubes to a single glass panel. Quit mission. So last time I played, I stopped at Act 2. Yeah, I stopped at here. And then now there's Act 3. Ooh. So something really cool about projectile boosting. If you slam a cluster of filth up in the air and you hit them with projectile boost air shot, the style you get is insane. Layer 7, this layer goes so hard. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die so many times. It's a layer named to violence. Oh, rail cannon. Don't I have like a homing? No. Wait, not rail cannon. Nail gun. Jumpstart. Stalled on. So there are new guns here. Hold alternate fire to recover to rev chainsaw. Release the launch, piercing enemies and returning back. Can be punched to keep active? What the fuck? Sure. Attach a cable that slowly charges a powerful electric shock. Attach cables persist when switching weapons. Okay. Fire stun. Flamethrower? Oh, yeah. I don't know why I'm coughing that much. To spray gasoline, making non-flammable enemies flammable. Spray on the environment to create walls of fire. Whiplash? Whiplash? Oh, Q. No, not Q. Whiplash. R. There it is. Okay, remember what can I do with this again? I don't remember. Now you can get more greasier than Randy Pitchford. Oh, Hakan. Oh, Hakan is goddamn oily. This one. Jumpstart. And then this one. Grease. Is that grease? Sorry? Oh, you don't need to reload. So can I just keep shooting? That's fire. Is there a secret somewhere? Oh, it's so white. Oh, how do you speed boost again? Like, oh, so just don't ground slam, but yeah, that's how you do it. Ooh, look at the speed. I remember. Oh, that was too late. It's so quiet. I could make the game slightly louder. Just slightly. 35. Still got the perhaps. Garden of forking paths. Sorry, what was that? Did you just lock the door in front of me? What am I looking at? I mean, with your head upside down, that's really... that's really violent, I would say. All the heads are upside down. Oh, okay. Oh. I mean, we had Serb statues. Did those things change pose? Did they? Oh, they did. You were not like this. I distinctly distinctly remember this one is of a different pose. Wait, they changed again. No. Oh, that's freaky. That's fucking freaky. Which one is JoJo posing? This one? This one is pretty JoJo. You fucking asshole. This one is just sad. Oh, they're constantly changing. I don't like it. What is this weeping angel shit? I don't know. It's like I'm playing Left 4 Dead. I have been playing a lot of Left 4 Dead lately. Whenever I get a chance to play it, I'll play it. Most text incomprehensible. Final page. The unending halls of the garden, so dutifully decorated by the cross. The symbol that angels use for the tree of life. They praise their beloved Father who had planted it and filled us with the dew of its leaves and the nectar of its fruit. That which gives us life courses through our veins. For you are our truth. Our bodies are not a vessel for the blood or of the fruit, but its prison? The beautiful guts and gorgeous bone yearns to be shown and seen, splayed. Under the divine cross of the tree of life, we pay the tribute enough to the art of violence. Where is your canvas, so take out a brush and paint the world red? Don't know what that means. This game is a flashbang? Only this stage, I feel like. Because this stage is like pure white. Hi, Midakai. The level is telling you it's gonna go hard. Left for cop. Paint the word red. So that's why this place is whiter than Milk Redemption. Yeah, it's just milk. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna paint the word red, huh? Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, hey, a book. Oh, hey, it's the same book. I have to mute the mic and cough. I don't want to cough too loud. Speaking of milk, was it a moo? Was that? I didn't moo. Dragon's milk, actual alcoholic beverage, by the way. Is that a thing? Shit. I don't drink alcoholic drinks, but I may make an exception. Still changing poses, huh? Oh no. Okay. Please don't move. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. What the fuck? 鸡妈干真是，操妈吓死人了！要吐也不是这样的吗？真是我娘妈一张，我结果那边脸倒反的看着我扒过去，真的是。Oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't. Yeah. No. Sweet God, if you move. Fuck this game. Don't do it. The paranoia is off the chart. What the fuck? They were fucking crawling at me. What the fuck, man? Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fucking shit, I hate this game. they don't walk, they fucking crawl. Oh, okay. Alright, at least I know what to expect now. Yeah, they're so fast. Oh, and, yeah, shit goes hard. Then you were right. You were entirely right. Yeah, what an intro. I know. It builds such a suspense. It's so good. Yike. Yike. How much do you think Kobo... How much fun? I'm already having a lot of fun here. It's just very scary. Oh, they climb the ceiling too? Oh, I cannot shoot it. Oh. Oh, I am painting the world red. I love the music still. Not the clips. Key skull moment. Ultra jump scare. It's so scary. Yummy jam. Oh, the strawberry. Can you not? Can you not? Uh-oh. I know that thing. Alright, where's the bullshit? Come here. Asshole! Yay! Oh. wanna get this thing. You know that red key skull moment? It does remind me of something, doesn't it? Yeah, it totally does. I feel super rusty. It's been half a year since I last played this game. Can I get that? Oh, it's a whiplash thing. I don't remember anything anymore. It's not a soul orb. Was there a blue skull somewhere? Alright, dash jump is a thing as well. Oh. Yeah, dash jump is a thing, I forgot. Oh, wait, I wasted it, I forgot. Gem hip. Are you gonna explode? Do, okay. I don't trust these guys anymore. Oh! What the fuck? That's a cat. That's a cow. Oh, moo! It's a foreshadow premonition. Moo. Oh, hey, look, it's Serb. Oh, it's the music. I was like, I heard something on my left ear. It's like, no. It's the music. Are you gonna come alive? It has been a while since I last fought you. Oh no. Walao eh. Wait, no, wait. Hello? Ow. Music in this level goes so hard. I know, it's so good. I cannot. My old habit. How are you doing? Oh, you're a nail gun. Oh, I thought you did. Jumpstart? Oh. I'm such a good painter. I'm a good artist. Look at that, it's all red. Oh, I'm back here. What do I do? What did I do? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hmm? Wait. Hmm. But it locks the door. Oh, maybe? What's the point though? It belongs to here. I must be missing something. Hey Theora, would you be interested in this pointed to a super secret in this level? Easter egg? Easter egg? Oh, maybe tell me once I finish the whole 7, 8, 9 level. I mean, I would be interested in an Easter egg. Thank you. Oh! Oh my god, I'm so clever. Wait, the door locks though. Doesn't work. Can I dash backwards? I can. Maybe this hand is longer. Oh wait, dash backwards. Dash backwards. Okay, maybe it's not this way, I don't know. There has to be another blue skull? Okay, what if I just take it and it just run the other way around? How about that? The amount of red ink used when the hedge funds shorted GameStop. Oh my god, I'm so clever! Artist Kobo. Kobo artist. I forgot you exist! Ed, jangan! Walao, go get away from me. Oh my god. That works, right? Oh, it's this thing. Oh no! It's so hard. Okay, I got this. I think. Oh, I forgot how fun this game is, goddamn! With all the cool shit I'm doing. I'm just a Kobo, but I'm doing cool. I'm also killing myself slowly. Oh! I think this one is also a really good one. This one is like after a ricochet, it just sort of home on enemy? What the fuck? Yeah, it homes. It totally does. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's really hard. It's really, really hard. It can coin them too? Is it enough time for me to charge a coin? You wanna know what else is hard? This egg I boiled earlier? Hard-boiled egg? Paired it with Mario, I like it. Give egg? No, mine. For collect. No, mine. Shy Fox, hi. Welcome. 7 stream. I'm gonna survive this, I think. Ultra Ricochet? But again, it doesn't kill. Wait, how long do you need to charge that? I went by 8'd it. I 8'd it. We love eggs. Eggs good, but I don't... It's not a cobalt egg, right? I'll cry. I'll cry if it's cobalt egg. Ooh, that was good. Ooh! I got bitch slapped. Oh my god, is this 2026? Oh, is this 2016? Sorry. I got bitch slapped. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Do they dodge? I forgot how you work. Okay, how about this? I have an idea. Don't use this punch, use this punch instead. And then... Oh wait, I wanna... Oh fuck. Okay, I need to re-figure out this game. Oh my god. Yeah, I cannot projectile boost, but I'm trying to like do close range damage. I don't want to projectile boost because if I do point blank projectile boost, I'll die. That's why I'm using this one. It doesn't projectile boost, but it works. The X now one with the Om Nom Nom Nikum. He can dash it. projectile boost and then dash away? That's too much execution. Okay, I can try. Oh, fuck. You're a Tekken player? I know! It's hard! If I may, I can throw a pro tip for you. Should help in this section. Sure. Let me try again with my brute force style. Wait. I can triple coin the thing, right? I can triple coin the whatever this laser is. I should do that. Oh, that's cool, but I don't think it kills as much as I hoped it would. I got those things. Come here, bitch. I'm sick of you. Are they dead? How does this thing work again? Oh wait. Oh. I forgot how hard this game is. It's super difficult. I need another blue. Oh, it doesn't work. Mind Flares lose heart to Screwdriver. You can also parry the cyan fireballs, slam them and slide under them afterwards, dodge them. Slam and slide. Oh, Mind Flares are the purple small things that move around really quickly, right? Notice my love for Kobo. You butchered the joke. Not as hard. It's okay, I love how hard you love Kobos then. Must love Kobo. Oh, I'm back here. Now, where do I need the blue thing again? Found it. I just think Rico Shot Laser is like the very good round starter. Oh shit. Hello, I cannot see. I don't like darkness. I'm looking away. It's quite strong. If you hit someone at point blank with it, you can hit them twice with the electric rail. Oh, that's what they call the laser? Rail coining. So, initial hit hits and then the record. Point blank. Shit, okay. There's no music? Oh yeah, there's a salt on. This one. What's that sound? Jumpstart, I should really use that more. Oh, and the rocket launcher. Fire starter should be good. Yes. Pros have been able to chain multiple coins this way for devastating effect. Can I instant coin? Let's say I shoot something. Oh! Is that even possible? Maybe not. Maybe that's not how they do it. Oh, you shoot bombs, right? I forgot. This one? Gonna take it to the Ultra Lab at some point. There's an Ultra Lab? Show you some tricks. It works on hit because of N lag. Oh right, the hit stun. Of course, I should have known. Okay, this into this. Oh. Why is there multiple rails? I just ate it. So I got stunned so hard. Whoa, are you a Minotaur? Ow. Oh, it's not breakcore anymore? Let's go. I like it, I like it. And leg, of course. Oh, I cannot... Right, of course. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Can I heal? Yeah, can I heal? We need to have more cowbell? Oh yeah, hopefully the game is not too loud, right? Here, give me a second. I think I'm gonna stipulate at 30. I don't know if the game is too loud. It's on red for me currently. Okay, so coin, laser, coin. Right, coin, laser, coin. Coin, laser, coin. Nope. hold on. Help me, hold on. Ow! I fucking won! No! Oh, the floor is lava. The floor is lava. Okay, okay. Oh, they got hit. It clearly hit the third one. Hiya. Come here. I'm gonna check out your moves. Show me your moves. Okay, don't stay on that one. Oops. Oops. I need to use so many guns. Give me a second, my brain doesn't work. Okay. Can I heal? Ow. I think, yeah, after coin, then use fire starter darts, putting in that work. It looks like it does a lot of damage. And it looks like I can cover it in grease. That's how I know it's fully greased up. Don't jump too much, it's not necessary. Floor. Ow. Enemies on fire also receive 0.5% and 1.5 times damage. Oh, yeah, fire starter is really good. Freedom of movement is gone, it's really hard. I got this. Jump start! Absolutely carried. Don't do it. Getting carried by Firestarter and then oh wait, I should have just Firestarter first and then do the laser. Yeah, GG, that was good. Good shit. I like it. Sure expected that, to be honest. Oh, floor. Oh no! Yeah, I'm ready for this shit, come on. Okay, fire starter first. Psych, you thought? I truly thought. Tornino, his younger brother. Oh, thank you, game. Thank you. Oh shit. Okay, don't just jump around mindlessly. It doesn't work that way. It's like I'm autopiloting at this point. Alright, don't autopilot. Don't be like me playing Tekken. Ow. Oh, there's a charge, okay. So weird bubble means charging. Okay, okay. I got this. You coming and swinging? Oh, yeah. I guess the only problem is the that's a really painful boop. Even dragons know how to boop, like, you know, gentle boops on kobolds, but not Minotaur apparently. Rude. That's not boop. A bitch came in swing.
Emotional damage.
Nice. Hi, Brave. You're right, it's borrowed from Moop. Moop. Fine, I'll take it. It's fine. Moop. Nice. Ooh, there was only one round, so good. Almost 1 hour. Minus 23 restarts. Beat the secret encounter. Yeah, I'll come back to this afterwards, maybe. And so much was the ketchup. So, that secret encounter. I suspect that has something to do with the rail. I'll tell you how to get it when you do it. Okay. Can. I'll just go through it normally for now. It's the best thing in the game, to be honest, but I won't say why. Mantics can be hard to hit due to their speed, but they lose air control when launched or shot down from a surface. Oh. I still have so many question marks. Oh yeah, this is the... Oh, Minotaur. Unknown no data. Supreme Demon. Wait, it's just... Oh, that looks weird. Mannequin. During the departure of the angels... Yeah, I read that like a fucked up backstory. I'm curious. Anxious of the disappearance of God, many sinners attempted to escape the violence layer, braving the labyrinth that lay at its edges. thinking they could find a way out in the absence of Heaven's Wardens. The fools who attempted would realize far too late that angels were not all that kept from freedom. Sorry. As the Garden of Forking Path is no ordinary labyrinth, but one of malicious intent, overseen with cunning cruelty. The halls, each similar enough to give no sense of direction, but just different enough to grant no familiarity, would eventually exhaust each escapee, and as they fell into a deep sleep, the oh no. Oh fuck. Each sinner was torn apart joint by joint, their broken and shattered limbs shoved into hollow statues, startling them to life as the flesh and blood of the mannequins. What the fuck? You're right, it is very fucked up. The gift of death is a rare privilege in hell, so the sinners who attempted to control their fate now lay dormant in eternal agony, unable to control even their own bodies, which now continue to carry on the same punishment to other unfortunate fools. Shit, what the fuck? Ooh, who is this? That looks like a Tarkan. Oh yeah, Gabriel, I forgot. Right, we are a machine, I forgot. So that's why we are immune to all these things. Because we don't grow, we are not exhausted. We won't be exhausted because we are machines. We are sort of immune to all the layers of sins and everything, right? I feel like, anyway. Right, we get... Do they still change pose? Yep, they do. Okay. Hello again. Where did I go? Oh. Oh. Huh? Okay, okay. Ow. Why am I playing platformers? I'm not playing ahead in time. Okay. Hi. God, it's so scary. It's like because they mention that the mannequins is their torn out limbs. Ooh, that gives me the heebie-jeebies I don't like. Oh my god. So in a way, I am helping them. Well, except for the ones that I cannot kill, so... Sorry, I guess. Oh! What kind of joke are you? Oh, that was kind of easy. Okay. Knuckle Blaster Sword Armor. Oh! Nah, I don't... Nah. I don't need that. don't need that. Plumber noises. Ooh. Oh shit, where... Light up the night, huh? Oh, of course, why am I not surprised? Ow. Oh no. Oh no. Tip of the day. It's not... I don't need tips about mannequins. Wait, there was someone else. That looks familiar. Who is that? That worked. Oh, hi. Where are you? Nah. Oh wait, that's... Oh no. What happened? Two booties. Well, they're bad because they're not dragon booties. I didn't know this is a platforming game. That worked. I was so lucky. Went to Gotham and have such massive dumpies? They were working on it, I guess. I'm gonna do it again. I want to do it again. Where'd you go? I don't know, being built different, but this is ridiculous. It's Gartoman. Gartoman. Oh, this is so... This is giving me a headache. Like, the structures being upside down and shit gives you the most headache sometimes. My brain doesn't work that well. Yay. Ow. Oh no. Where even are you? Alright, this can parry. Oh, I can rev the chainsaw, right? Come here, asshat. Ow. No one told me this game is tough. I got this. Ow! It's really hard to heal too. Probably not the best way to tackle it, but if it works, it works. Nope, it doesn't work. Oh, they do render unmovable for a little bit. I didn't know chainsaw gun is this good. That works. No, no. What is a no, no? Oh yeah, jumping has multiplayer, a multiplier. They're going ham with the piano. It's not easy to do that too. I know. The same note. That's not easy. That one took me months to practice to be able to do it slightly consistent. Oh, you're golden. Does it mean that you're immune to fire? No, you're not. Okay. Yay! Ow, I unalived myself. Yeah, but... Oh, it's a sand, right? I forgot about the sand. Oh my god, that was not easy. But I feel like I'm slowly getting back the reflexes that I need to have for Ultrakill. A little bit. That feels nice. Wait, not Q. It's not Q, it's R. Exit? We're gonna need a bigger room. We are gonna? Who are you talking to? Is the machine talking to me directly now? Damn, that's cool. I love 4-4 breaking stuff. Or maybe I'm just overthinking this. Have I been here before? Yes, I have. Okay. So I've been to everywhere. And that one needs a bigger room? Oh no! What happened? Oh, I can just do this. But why do this when I can hop, right? Yeah, why do that when I can hop? Oops. Look at that, it's cooler. No, I need to heal. Oh no. Okay, I cannot get too close to it. I cannot heal against that person then. I cannot heal against the big dumpy, which is kind of sad. I guess I just have to kill it quicker? I'll bait that one. cannot bait it when it's so far away. Eee! Come on, 5. 5. Hey, yeah. Gonna nail gun this shit. How accurate can you be? Yeah? Oh. Oh, numbers. Hey. Yeah, I'm playing Ultrakill. This game's amazing. Yeah. I played last year. And now I'm getting back to it because there's updates. I heard. So I'm back. Hope you're doing good, numbers. I've been getting really sweaty playing the brutal update. Also, hello. Brutal update? Like the highest difficulty? Speaking of which, Brutal hurts, V2 is kicking your ass. I'm playing standard and I'm already dying a bunch. It's absurd. Oh no. Just gonna nail gun you to death. Wait, there's a bad spot. Oh no. How accurate can you be? Holy shit! It doesn't hit and then suddenly hits everything. Post a screenshot in general games stuff. Reach a new level. Be rank violent. Sorry. Save for the Prime Sanctums. Should continue to stream my brutal attempts. Been playing this game incredibly passionately since the Great update. It's only getting more difficult from now. Up the accuracy ramps out. Fuck. Okay. That's why. Oh, I have to bait it into doing that so that it doesn't ramp up here. Hit me. Yeah, do that and then it just cannot. Shield breaks and parries are so crucial against them, it resets tracking. Yeah, I just realized. Can't destroy this. Is there a secret room and a half? Who are you? Whoa! Oh my god damn! I have to do it again! This game, I swear to god. Alright, here we go. I cannot b-hop anymore. A b-hop. It's actually very generous. Don't be so hasty about it. Yeah, just keep it simple. Why you dislocated jaw? Oh, hi! Oh, now we can hop again. Is there a checkpoint there? Okay, let's get the checkpoint first. Good enough. So fun thing about this anime, do you like footsies? They have a whip punish on their melee. Whip punish on their melee? So if I get close to them, they whiff their melee and I can punch them? Doesn't that go for most enemies? Or am I... Almost died. If you dodge that melee, you can upload a parry window. Oh! Oh, unrealistic. What? I have the thing though. Nah, I'm not about that. I want to kill everything. Come here, little shit. I will kill all of you because I'm a machine. This one, right? Oh, you're right. There's so many things to keep track of, though. That was cool. This one got the bomber here. Wah! That was not intentional. That was cool. And I cannot look down on revolver. It actually do so much damage. There we go. Keep it simple. Did I break the sequence? I might have broke the sequence. Oops. Definitely not my intention. I thought it's a secret, you just put it there. Or it just might be a secret somewhere. I'm sorry! Ow. Oh, it's just here. Oh. What the hell is that noise? It sounds like an accident. But pretty far away. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I know the fact that you can parry mines and get all your health back. Amazing. It's intentional. Oh, good. Oh, wait, I can just choose this and then QQQ? Oh, that's easier, okay. So 5QQ. 5Q. 5. No. Wait, huh? 5Q become fire? Oh, it rotates anti-clockwise? That's weird. It's not that hard. Come on. Thank you. I just don't think it's that hard. It's just multiple whiplashes. Oh wait. No wait. Oh Nelly. Wait, I hear something. Is that a sound of soul orb? I think that's a sound of soul orb. Very vaguely. Especially when I stand here, on the left. Yeah. Nice, thanks game. I thought I could cheat. I thought I could cheat. Okay, okay, no cheating allowed, I see. But I hear the soul orb. I hear the soul orb. It's around here. Knock knock. I've been locked in. Help. Payload. Don't worry. Payload requires tram. What's a tram? What's a tram? Okay. Oh, it's here. What do you mean, tram? Maybe it's here? No? What do you need? What's a tram? Wait, Sober's here. I got milk. There's no drag. I mean, it's dragon milk. Okay, yeah, sure. And the fuck is the trim? It's Minotaur form 7-1. What? But it's not here anymore. The Minotaur exploded. Am I soft locked? Oh. Maybe it's there. What's here? Oh wait, this is where I came from. Yeah, I came from here. This is where the stage starts. Are you gonna come alive? Okay. The trams along the main path early in the level. Trams along the path. So, is there a Minotaur? At the early path? Question mark? There's no Minotaur. Or, you know, tram. Oh. Why would I close them? Oops. There it is. The tram? What? Isn't tram Minotaur? Eh? Am I... Wait, I hear Soul again. Oh, the sword. It's a car. What? Tram. Oh, that. I need to use that? This game is sort of odd. It's a card. The fuck's a tram? Go. Faster, faster, faster. Go boom, go boom. Don't slow down. Aww. Okay, then I had to get up. Can I just do this? I think I can. I'm sorry. Give him hell, kid. Who are you? Sorry, but thanks. I'll give him hell. Oh. Milk. Munition incendiary. Oh. You not? Why would you put me out? Why would you push me out? Go, full speed, full speed. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Yeah. Bitch, I'm gonna be faster than you.
Hello and welcome.
Hmm? Just a fanboy peeping in, don't mind me. But thank you for the follow though. Appreciate. Appreciate. English is hard. Did you just went through the wall? I hate it here. Are these landmines? Stink! Oh, yeah, they are. Why does machinery has blood? Are you not machinery? Oh! Right, I forgot about this. Oh. Oh, no. My toy, it just went through the roof. What the fuck? God damn, you just went through the roof. Fine. Boom. Alright, how do I do the boom? Oh no. Arena? Doom 2 has taught me that this is an arena. Ow. Help! I messed up. Ow! No. Oh, blood is fuel. Of course, I forgot. Ooh, I forgot how fun that one is. Which one of you is dead? Which one of you is not dead? Oh wait, blue attack's gonna be parried, right? So many giant targets. Person is gonna be a workhorse here. I can try. Blue attack's gonna be parried. Yellow is parry. Blue cannot. Okay. Blue is dodge and punish. No, exactly. Ugh! Why do you gotta have schmicks? Ow! When the game audio stops working, that's how you know you're doing something right. This game's tough. Oh, dare not do it. Yay! Ow, dodge back. I never let the red ones close distance because that melee is OD as fuck. I zoned them hard. Oh. Oh, that's why the first batch is like very no place to run. It's intentional. Sure figured. Alright, let me try to zone them away. Bomb. Ow. Fuck. I need to reset the accuracy. Woohoo! It's kinda hard. A goofy A? Goofy A? Who? Goofy? I like Goofy. Breaking the shield is huge. It actually counts as a premier do that. Full heal. Oh, Red Fist can do that. Okay. Jumpstart goes crazy on this part. What's a jumpstart? I mean, I always use this one. Coin laser? No, not that one. Oh no. That's not it. Ow, I went into it. The new nail gun, you can get it on shop. I think I have this one? What's it do? Is there like a... Uh-oh. I don't know what it does. Nail gun, not rail cannon. Oh, this one. Wait, no. Ooh, I like that. Jumpstart. Oh, it needs close range. Hey. Attach the one and start firing. I need to slowly get this thing back. There's too many things to count. Dedication never red fist. But projectile boost. Bearing mind gives you health. I'll try to keep track of all of those, but there's too many things. I'll try. This one seems to work well against them, I feel like. Oh! Nikana is definitely among the most complex enemies in the game. They got me hard on the first playthrough of Violence because I had no idea how cracked the melee was. I mean, it doesn't help that I haven't played this game for half a year at least. Last time I played this game was September 23. Around that time. Jumpstart. Then at the man came back from Doom Eternal. I was just nuking this place in my first playthrough. Good. Well, I cannot. I'm not good at this game. Am I doing it? I don't know. Is there someone else? I don't know. I don't know what I did, but I did it. I'll take it. enter melee and then bother you. That's about right.
Hello and welcome.
51 minutes. Good enough. Good enough. Have you tried shooting a core Ultrakill the red rail cannon? Nope. So far, because my brain doesn't work properly, it's been so long. I've been using coin. Okay, coin pistol. Okay, I use 3 pistols. I use blue laser. I use some shotgun and some nail gun. And I think that's like the capacity of my brain currently. If I try to implement too much and then my brain just doesn't work. Breaking a Guardsman's shield. Easier to land a chaotic snap. Oh, okay. It's even harder. The OST goes crazy. OST always goes crazy in this game. I'm gonna love this level. Arsenal Fumble is so real in this game. Too many things. Too many things. But when you can keep a No one told me that I'm playing a horror game, huh? With a total of 15 with 5 times 3 variation. Tree? Those trees are people. So much nest potential. Jay, you might want to rethink that. They are people. I mean, they have weird shapes. And they pulsate. Cool. Alright. Very cool. Do something, I'll fucking kill all of you. I do not fucking care, nest. Fair enough. Fair enough. Feed us, we will grow. Feed what? Feed what? Blood? Suicide first from Dante's Inferno. This is where those who inflict violence on the self end up. Oh shit. Don't like that. No one told me I'm playing a fucking horror game. People who have committed and unalive themselves basically rejects the body that God gave to them are turned into trees. Mutilated beyond recognition and made to suffer for all eternity. I love the Bible. Something wicked would like to know your location. I'm uninstalling if there's a jump scare. It's a joke. I will never uninstall this game. For now anyway. Oh. Feed me. Yeah. You can have... Whoa, these things are resilient. Do you not hit me? Oh, you do. Oops. Okay. Don't hit me, assholes. No sound, no memory. Damn. So I need to feed the trees. Feed me. No, a little bit more than the Bible because it's easier to read. It doesn't make me a fanatic. Hey, I'm back. Glowing eyes door? Ooh. When the soundbite popped the first time I played this level, my heart dropped. Yeah. Something about that is just so... wrong. Even if I don't know the lore, my heart would drop too. Something about it just doesn't feel right. Oh, Nelly. I'm lost. Okay, ooh. Kobo, if we play 1S? I think I did, I just don't remember. Probably. Oh, not. I think symbolism for a nuke. Hmm. Oh, wait, the mushroom cloud shape. Shit, you're right. How profound. Okay, don't look away. Go straight. I don't want to get lost. Kobo Season 2 for Gunfire came out just now? Shit, you're right. What do they have? Season 2 Foresight. No fear of missing out, okay. Oh, the gun that I never used, fuck! Season Replay. Destiny Mechanism. Oh, they changed it so it's not the elemental burst anymore. Almighty Core looks like a new thing. 3 mechanisms. Really choose and combine this one. Unleash potential mechanism. Okay. Rifle adjustments. Really normal rifle. Sunken adjustment rifle. General numeral tweaks. Also made targeted adjustment to 4 weapons. Lightning Blast, Revealer, Rainbow Arc, and Dragon Chaser. All the weapons that no one used, by the way. At least I don't use them. I don't. Aim to optimize the field of firing. At the same time, you also make minor enhancements to some of the weaker performing rifles. Good. Because I fucking love Dragon Chaser, but something about that is just so bad. Like, all the weapons are so good, and then you have like basic rifles. Basic. Good update, good update. Alright, we're back. Just wanted to look at it for Hey, it's the nails. Correction, not 1S, Prelude S. I don't think I played Prelude S. Probably. I do not remember. Look, last time I played it so many months ago. Oh, it's another tree, okay. Delicious blood. Hissing noises. I never played Ultrakill myself. What do you mean? What 100 hours you are like? Have you been playing Ultrakill for 100 hours? I'm not gonna expose you on stream. The music though. The music is so what's the word? It's not just sad, it's more than that. It's melancholy? Is that the word? Yeah, 听起来很沮丧啊。I know to say in Chinese, but not English. The game is insanely beautiful. What the fuck? That's why I also like to take the game slow sometimes, just to look around. Like, you never know the attention to detail the game gives. Sometimes it's insane. Oh, that's... Can I say this is thunder? Red thunder? It sure feels like it. I don't like it. When did the music stop? Long hallway. Ah! Okay! You want to play this game? I'm playing this one first. Messed up. I gotta disrespect you so hard. Come here. Oh, there's this guy? I didn't even see them. Now it becomes glitch core. Ooh. Yeah, it becomes sort of a glitch core now. Masterpiece. And then it becomes rock. Wait, I used the wrong gun. Wait, this one, okay. Whee! Is this just me or is the music becoming more and more glitched? So have you noticed something? They're infighting now? Did they infight? Did they fight each other? I actually didn't notice that. Yeah, something's very wrong if they're infighting. They never do that. Shit, I didn't even notice. And then the music, ooh. God, I have to say the music. Music is what makes the game cool. Plays a huge role. Oh yeah, you dodge. I forgot you always dodge. Oh my god, you were so fast! Oh, hey! That one was obvious. Did I accidentally skip a sequence? Why is that door right? Huh? You're on track? The middle door opened? Oh. Oh, this one, right? Okay. Wait, they are infighting! Hi, who are you? Something's very wrong here. What the fuck? They're killing each other. Ooh, my PC's dying. What am I fighting against? It's like they have the same color, I couldn't even see them. I messed up. Are they endless? Feels like they're endless. Must be something. Uh-oh. No! Something freaky is going on. I never seen them in fight before. My intuition is right then. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Oh, I have to feed the thing! Right, I have to feed the tree, I forgot. So I have to fight in this place. And of course kill my PC along the way. Oh, I'm getting stuck. Oh. Feed me. Yeah, my frame dies. That was fun as hell though. I actually... Ooh. I don't even need this. I'm that good. Yeah, this room is great. It's not too hard because you have places to move around. It's not like sometimes it's like small spaces. You have more maneuverability. It's what I love. Yeah. I'm stepping on someone. It's technically I'm stepping on someone, huh? Or someone's. And get this, a slack spoilers but seems to beat the level. Oh, I did. Alright, let me beat the level first. I'm getting milk though. The level has a secret where you can turn off the infighting. Oh! But why would I want that? If they are infighting, it helps me. I had an Ultrakill rank just now, that was fun. I only died once. Become marked for death. Oh. Yeah, that end fight without it is gonna be crazy. Become marked for death. I assume that's a secret for, you know, no more infighting. Because I'm marked for death. And they'll all chase me down, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm slowly getting it back now, the Ultrakill vibes. But Knuckle Buster is extremely powerful knockback, excellent for launching enemies into pits and other environmental hazards. 7-4, let's go. We left 7. So far it's been super nice. Oh yeah? You think you can hurt me here? Damn, the music is going in. Earth Mover. Alright, I'm going in. Asshole. Can I go that far? Where am I supposed to go? Hi, AC Tiger. Okay. Hey! Rude! Something's happening. Oh, haven't seen this in a while. Whee. I cannot. Sometimes I cannot even aim properly. You missed a great opening? Oh, oops. Hey, that didn't happen. That didn't happen, alright? That missed jump didn't happen. Let's look at the opening, alright? Is this the Shadow of Colossus now? Probably. Ultrakill. No! Didn't happen. Whee! How you doing? What are you shooting at? Damn! It is very cool. Like antennas to heaven. It tried to shoot you. It got shot by another. Oh, so someone is helping me. Damn! I cannot see shit. Okay, I'm going in. Whee. Aha, you're gonna get infiltrated by a Kobo, stupid. Can I use the stairs? Oh, QE! Right. Watch you open. Hello? Hello. Asshat. Oh! I'm sorry. Who needs safety gear? Get out. Woo! Okay, I need safety gear, help! Hope we have ultra legs, leather's not for you. Fair enough. I have the ultra thick. Oh, something is there helping me? I assume that's not good for touching. How are you doing? Oop. Who the frick? That's just another same thing you're scaling right now? Oh. Bitch! Yeah, let's try and being toxic. Have you tried punching the other tanks with the red hand? No. But I heard the tips that it says that I can use Knuckle Blaster to destroy the shields. But who needs that when you have nail gun? This thing, right? Sorry. Oh, oops. There you go. The whip punish. Yeah, it tells me to do that, but I didn't. Look, I like brute force. Although, red hand is brute force. Okay, I'll do it, I'll do it. Hi. Wait, no. You and your combos? I'm getting clean with the shotgun switch. Clean. Is this whole city on top of a machine? Yeah, there it is. See? Or not this one, but there is the tip that tells me. Now I want to go get my ass beat by V2, but I want to stream it. And it's too late to stream tonight. Oh, I know that feeling. There's something I want to stream, and then it's like, nah, not enough time. Alright, I'm going in. I assume it's a boss fight? I assume this is not doing good. Am I not attacking it? Oh, I'm supposed to... I have to attack multiple things? Maybe not. Oh, and then this thing. Ow! Oh. Decentralized mini boss. This track is so good. Layer 7 music is amazing. I know! It may be a little louder than usual, than my usual stream, but I'm gonna keep it loud. This game is good. Dance Macabre has been my cyber grind anthem now. Carry me to wave 68 before the brutal update. Dance Macabre? Isn't that like a classical piece? I do love that piece though. That end fight is 7-3. It's a musical concept, less of a piece of music. Is it? But Dance Macabre has been like the... Have I been lied to? I mean, I've been listening to Dance Macabre for a longer time. For a longest time. Dance Macabre. Yeah, by Saint Science. I haven't heard much OST of this game outside of what I heard from Keygen Church's contribution to this game. Keygen Churches? Don't know what that is. I think this one is more used, yeah. It's easier to aim, it's bigger. I messed up somewhere. Oh! In multiple interpretations, but it started as a concept. Symphonic metal with choir vocals. Nice. Very nice, I'll take it. So I'm trying to take down this whole thing? Oh my god, it's not a robot, it's blood vessels. Oh! Oh, wait, I'm supposed to destroy something good. Right, okay. Oh, even the alarm noise with the music. There's no way you're just gonna let me do all these, right? Uh-oh. Am I too slow? Oh, flushing interior, right. I didn't see the word, I'm dead. No! I have to go for the lowest one then. Is that all of them? I hope so. Oh, did I do it? Ow. I guess I did it. I didn't mean to. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'll take one hit. Where's the other one? Oh, do I do it? Oh, okay. The keychain chest song play on P2 Wait for the World. The fact that the low one is placed there so it gets nicer early is such a beginner's trap. It's a first time thing. Alright, let's do it. So after destroying a few of that statues, and I can... Where's the other one? Oh wait, I just need to destroy one and then it will activate. Nope, I got light too. Had a feeling. Where do I go? Oh, oops, I didn't need to do that. Do I have to kill them? Ow! That means run! Save the animals! Who? Is this a Earth Mover's heart? That one looks like it. Immediately! It's hard to aim sometimes. Yeah, like that. Just gonna... Help! Oh no, the dash killed me. Wrong game? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Please, huh? I cannot aim sometimes. I don't work well under pressure. Where's the last one? Damn! Oh! That was way too fucking close. Oh my god. Ooh. Good shit. That was fun. That was good. Ooh. SM64 lava moment. I wish we had a Super Metroid 64. Whoa. I need to change that. I forgot. Thank you for 400 gems. Wow. Thank you. Oh. Only took me 3 hours. That's 3 hours? Damn. Don't fight the security system. You are telling me to not fight the thing. I don't trust you. Thank you, Kafeira. Super Metroid 64. I don't own a 64 console. I missed out on a lot of games back then, honestly. Because I was too grossly addicted to video games and my parents were very against me playing games. For good reason, honestly. When I play, the reason I got diabetes is because I keep playing games and not taking care of myself. So, good on them. And 3 hours well spent? Hell. What? That's it? I want more! I have to experience this again? No. That was good. I thought I get to play until 9. I was vibing and I got milked. There's a 7S. 7-1 still has a secret encounter and 7-3 holds a secret level. It's wild that this game is still in early access. Wild. Oh, brutal! Considerable experience with the game and are looking for a fresh challenge. Who have already gotten used to the game's pace and mechanics. I'm still like the first time player. I'm gonna drink some water. Would you like to know how to get the 7-1 secret encounter? Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Prime Sanctums. Wait, no, 3. I got 1B. I'm so good. I love how people are very fast with the game, and then you have me. Even Jade's like 27 minutes, and then 43 minutes, 51 minutes. It's simple. Remember the funny red skull in 7-1? Replace that skull with a blue skull. Oh, I never thought about that. And they open the secret. That's clever. Alright, I'm gonna get jump scared again? Sure. Don't forget the game records your fastest set time. 12 is too much for a level like this. Oh. Thanks, game. Mega Yeet. Open up. Bye-bye. I was ready, you assholes. They have the zoomies though. Come here, asshole. Ow! Okay. I really love this opening. It's so good. I parried! That's a lot of blood. This running up painted with a lot of new blood. They should put that level in visceral cleanup detail. Maybe Power Washer Simulator would be better for that mess. I don't know. There's more blood in here than red ink with those damaged hedge funds trying to short sell GameStop stock. I don't know what. Ah! Whoa! I don't know what happened, but okay, thanks, game. Alright, I'm just gonna... Yikey beaky. Critical punch. Rail Coin of the Gods? Clip that? Is that good? I didn't know what happened. Where's the thing? That works. Magic Cup. Blue key, now to figure out how to get back to the start of the level. Yeah, music is really good. Hi, Magic Cup. Over there? What's over there? Something shiny so that I can take it. Oh yeah, I'm not blind anymore though. Blind as in I played through this level. Okay, let me update the thing. Stream information. Let me get rid of the blind and it's all good. Done. I did it. Is that open? Where's everyone gone? The secret. Oh, it's a checkpoint. Why is it a checkpoint? Oh no. That is such a big arena. Yeah. Yeah. Oh! Hi. Siapa kamu? I do have Arnold Schwarzenegger noises. Shut the fuck up. Oh, fuck. Ow! Come on, kill me! Little bone! Oh yeah, Kobo is gonna get you, alright? Come on, kill me! Goddamn, am I playing Dusk? Ow. This is the best thing. He's a Terminator Dutch irony and Rise of the Triad reference at all at the same time. I love that he just shows up and there's absolutely no foreshadowing. There's none. I was like, that sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I was like, what? Do you remember Big John from Dusk? Not really. Is it actually like Dusk thing? Big Johnny Nator. I don't know. My brain. He was in Dusk? I don't remember. Oh. Let me see if I can do the rail coin of the gods again. Nope. Holy fucking shit, you... That was a good rail coin. Ooh, I'll take it. He's the boss face in Act 2 at the end of the Erebus reactor. I know the Erebus reactor, but I don't remember the boss. Shit! Oh, upset Kobo noises. Come on, Yubi! You move like how a Dust character would. Eee. Where'd you go? Where did it go? New dope fish? Softly the best. Well, I guess Big Johnny decided to run away. I do 4 rail coins. Oh, I did the 4 rail coin. Did you just... Thanks? You faced rock cannon, we take those. We take those. We take those. Easy. Forgot to renew my sub. It's okay. Big John hit you and then suddenly everything went black, including your avatar. Turns out the stream was loading an ad, but I can still hear you. Oh. Big Johnny. Dead end after dead end. Is there really no way out? Get lost in the labyrinth, die in the battlefield, or get lost in the forest. I thought I saw a way out here, a gate covered by foliage. But even with all our strength, we couldn't get through. I doubt there's any blade sharp enough to cut the vines, and no fire we've tried has been hot enough. It's possible that those flamethrower-wielding machines might be able to burn through it, but their weapons become unusable when they die. Huh? Are they trying to burn the tree? In 7 tree? Yeah. Thank you, Brian. We'll be right back, moment. Secret level clue. So I need some sort of flamethrower to burn the vines in 7 tree. Thanks again, Brian. Thank you, thank you. I didn't mean to press right click. What the fuck? Why would I do that? I was trying to shoot the thing, not right click. There we go. It's unbreakable glass. Thank you, game. Heck. The 世界。He face bombed again. Kobo, yeah, yeah. Kobo brain rocked him. Ah! Oh my god! I swear to god, this game. Okay, do not. There we go. You face rocket, I face rocket. Oh fuck! Too many Kobo brains sometimes. Sorry, I mean, killed him. I killed him. Come on, kill me. Come on, kill me. I'm here. Oh. I did get killed. Actually, something... Auto aim? Ew. Oh yeah, weapon position. Right. It's the Rise of the Triad remake worth sticking with. I started it so many times, but it's so janky that I always drop off after a few levels. It's worth noting I'm also not a fan of the original, to be honest. I never played the game. Blue. Blue. Can I be like... blocking door would close. You cannot stop me, game! Fine. Why did I went so fast? Still so cool. I'm thinking about playing it just for Big John, like a pilgrimage. That's a shot. Yay! I cannot see shit. Whoa. I gotta pay my dues, my gamer dues. We pay... Isn't it Big John dues? Oh yeah, I don't know why I remembered. I can squeak now. I've learned a new skill. Kobo can squeak. Where did I put it? Here, right? The new blood duo. Resistance if hi. Alright, this is a place that killed me multiple times. Let me see if I can first try it. If not, well, I'm still bad at the game. Good enough. Not good enough. Whew. Oh no, the pet. I don't know where you boofed me, but I want the pet. Oops, sorry. I want the pet in the... Hi, Becky. I should go back to Big Blood too, actually. Blood? Who keeps hitting me? What? I'm still bad. I don't think I ever do Shadow Warrior just because the level design was so but Blood was fucking good. Oh, I have one question. I have this game. Is it any good? A meat evil. Because I might try it. I might. I bought this game last year, I think. Yeah, last year. Those mannequins are sneaky. They are very sneaky. I've heard really good things, actually. I wanna try it. Maybe like tomorrow. It's got the same retro shooter vibes as The Light of Dusk. Oh. I think I bought it initially because there's like a lot of melee weapons. I'm gonna try it. I messed up. Don't. That was pretty toxic. All right. That was kind of cool. No, wait a minute. Don't do it. Oh shit. It's more based on old Doom fantasy clones like Hexen and Heretic. I get the Hexen Heretic vibes for sure. I was personally never into those games myself, but the Medieval is definitely on my list. I mean, to be fair, my first experience on games like this, what do you call these? Boomer shooter? Retro shooter? Something like Doom. But my first introduction was Doom 2 My House .wad. And then eventually I feel like, oh, the gun feels really good. And then slowly getting into games like these. Not like the main thing, but I play these games like sometimes. It feels good. It feels good when a gun, you shoot something and then it kills multiple things, like, oh. Something about that is just really satisfying. Not just me, right? Yay. No. Retro boomer shooter. It's good stuff. I like it. I actually forgot about this. Why? I don't know. Don't. I'm playing Quake 2 Remaster, new campaign, and I pack so many enemies into a single room. If you have if you have big gun, that sounds good. Yay. It still hurt. It still hurt. Get parried. Should we kill things first? That was accidentally kinda cool. Woohoo! Okay, not that many tries at least, but I'm getting good. I'm getting good. It's so satisfying whipping out the minigun and just painting the room red, or just one rocket and bam, red mist. A dozen enemy gift instantly. See, that's the satisfying part. It needs blue. How do I get that? Oh, that's how I get it. You see, now I kinda want to try out a medieval. What if I download it now? No. I'm gonna try it out tomorrow. Let's do some secrets today for Ultrakill. There's also 7-3 secrets, right? Oh yeah, this part is also really cool. Oh yeah, fire. Oh. Yeah. It's still really hard. Okay, don't just jump. There's no need. Unless he does that. Oh! How do you work? Oh, middle is gone. Okay, okay, I need to... Oh, need to double check. I already beat this thing. How is it so hard? I already beat this thing. Come on. Hey. It's not that hard. Just chill. Don't move around too much. A whole game in this style with totally white and black environments, plus an in-game photography feature, manifold garden would be so fun. Maybe? Harry Vehicle, hi. Sorry, didn't mean to drop home the mic. Hi, welcome. What? What happened? What happened? All good.呀妈，几张红一手，真是不明白这个东西。Oh, there we go. Why? Uh-oh. You look okay. If I die to this thing, I will actually just uninstall this game. 5 health, almost died. To the little thing. Alright. Do I need to do the YouTuber thing? Like, whoa, oh my god, it's a Minotaur second phase. Here. Whoa, oh my god, you came in swinging. Wait, chill, let me heal. Yikey beaky, let me heal. Whee! No. Got him. My PC also almost gone. Oh, I think becoming the death mark would be kind of fun. That one still took 30 minutes. I cannot believe it. No style. Beat the secret encounter. I'm still slower than Jake though. The Minotaur she turns during the charge. Never knew that. You learn new things every day, huh? Becoming the Death Mark. Is it this one? Oh, I didn't say. Oh, did I miss it? What's the secret on this one again? Sorry. Oh, don't kill any enemies. Like, don't... What? That's a fun part of watching new people play. There's always the possibility of learning something new. So you're telling me to not kill anything in... There's no way. There's no way. Become marked for death. I'm really curious about this one. I'm just gonna do this one. Sorry. This is such a cool introduction, this one. You're gonna try getting 7S this stream? Probably? I'm not too sure if I can do it. I'm really bad with finding secrets. Yay. Yeah, such a good start. Dang. So I don't have it. There's something about like fire burning the vines and something. Uh-oh. Whoa. Got him. Hi, Merp. Hello. Rolling in. It's Merp. Welcome. Hopefully Merp is doing roll-tastic. It's the me. I never really did this. But I should do this more often. I'm in fact very rotastic. Nice. I need to shout out my fellow kobolds. Kobolds! There's merp. But also there's dragons though. Kafara streams too. Dang. Need to do this more often. I keep forgetting. But this time I remembered. No more kobold brain. And this game just jogs my brain, I guess. It makes my brain work. I don't like how they pulsate. I mean, of course they pulsate. They're supposedly person, or not supposedly, they are person. Good God. Just something about that is very fucked up. But then again, it's like depths of hell, right? You're a treasure. You're a treasure. You forgot me though, silly? I totally did! No! Sneak. I totally did, I'm sorry. Yeah, remind me. Shout at me. My brain. But yeah, numbers is... I still want to say cute sneak because, well, cute sneak. I still want to say cute sneak. Can I go back? Did you ever notice the earth mover in the background here? Is it the earth mover, not thunder? Like that lightning? I always thought it's the lightning. Speaking of reminding you, you didn't forget my emote thingy? No. I will definitely work on it on Monday streams. And also if I can off stream a little bit. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's a little bit slow. I'll try. You know, I know you mentioned take my time, but like I don't want to make you make people wait for too long. It's just not good etiquette. I'll try my best. Oh, is that the earth mover? Come on, lightning. Something about flamethrowers and shit. Burn through the vines somewhere, they say. I don't have a fire weapon though. Oh, they mentioned something about the gun will die if I use it. I don't have enough Earth to be my Epsuakin yet? Is that a new species, Epsuakin? Take your time, it's fine, I trust you. Oh, thank you, but... yeah, I'll try my best. Or do you? Do I? No. Does explosion count? Probably not. This one is electric. No. Does this one shoot fire? Oi! Oh! Die, assheads! Shoot! Does that work? Burn! Yo, this is actually forest fire. Maybe not. Oh, does it have to be specifically somewhere that I need to burn? They are not vines. Don't hurt them. Or I don't know. I said to you a while ago. Shit, I don't remember. But I do remember you sending something to me a while ago, yeah. So now that I know I have fire gun. Mm. Burn the vines or something, they say. I cannot get back in, so it's probably not in there. Did I bug the game somehow? Burn the big tree? Maybe not. Ooh, that's freaky. Oh, that's cool. Wasn't there where I'm supposed to go? Now the door bugged. This one doesn't open. I could just skip the sequence. Oh yeah, this door opened and I jump over it. This is supposed to be where, this is where I'm supposed to go. Yeah. Fines. Become marked for death. Burn the vines. That looks like vines. Can I really put things on them? Guess not. It's a sword. Nope. Huh. That works. But that doesn't make me marked for death. This is the way back. There has to be some door that I can unlock. But this one triggers a big fight. Oh. Thank you for this. I stand away for a little bit. I see you're going for the secret level. I'm trying to find it. Also, of course. No problem. You're gonna love the secret level. It's pretty funny. I don't understand anything, but I hope you find what you're looking for. I'll try my best. Remember, you can still use the whiplash to lure a street cleaner to you after they spot dodge. What's a street cleaner? This will help you lead them to the spot. I need to lead something to the spot, so not that I can burn something down? The flamethrower dudes. Oh, damn! I have my own flamethrower though. Well, sort of. A flamethrower that burns something on the spot. So I cannot kill everything? Shit, they're actually infighting. Fines. Is it here? It's probably not here. Oh, this ad going on. Oh! It's a shiny blood. Can I have it? Oh. Oh, the music transition, I hear it. Vines. Flamethrower dudes. Is it here? Ah! I'm not seeing flamethrower person. Oh! I was so late on that. Oh. Here? Here, come here. How'd you die? You cannot touch water? What do you mean you cannot touch water? Is it not them? Don't I need them? Oh my god, useless, what do you mean? Maybe it's something to do with these things? Find flamethrowers. Probably not. It still allows me to go back in here. Oh, and not even here. I don't know. I'm not seeing any clues or something. Is that what they mean by they will die? They just touch water and then they just die? Can I check the notes? Is there notes I can check? Oh. Where can I get in? Am I onto something? Secrets. Oh wait. Oh, it makes me slippery too. Secret. I feel like it's just something around. It has to be somewhere around here, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just tunnel visioning on this soul orb. I thought I can just go there. Oh. Isn't this like the last part already? I'm sorry, I'm gonna look around a little bit more. What's with the spinning red light? Where'd they come from? Oh. Where? Secret? I don't know secret. These are the only place with a flamethrower person. And they died when they touched water. No? Hey dude here, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. And brain hurts though because this game requires a lot of brain power. IC Block, hi. Welcome. There's one other place? Is there? Maybe I should try progressing. I feel like that's the last fight. I am not even marked for death. I got this sword because it's very obvious. Oh yeah, there's a sword place as well. Alright, I'm gonna try progressing. Hopefully I'm not missing out on things. I can't play this game nowadays because I've stopped playing movement games and I'm mega rusty. Same. The last time I played this game was September 2023. And now getting back to this game. It was rough at first, but I got it back pretty quickly. It is the last fight. But I'm not marked for that? Ow. They are in fighting. Oh wait, let me get the double gun. Die! Yeah! Kill my frame rate! That's how you know I'm doing something right. The other street killers are not forward. There is one other place. Really? Let me restart the mission then. Do I need to restart the mission? Maybe I can go back after I'm dealt with this. But that would... I'm restarting the mission. It's fine. Let's do it again. Why is it so hard to kill? That's not it. Wait, there's heartbeat! Oh, there's heartbeat! That's fucked up! I didn't know! Oh wow, so subtle. Oh, the more I play this game, goddamn. Alright, okay. That was kinda cool. Yeah. Where'd you go? Was lost? Yeah, truly lost. I didn't even see it. The enemies you fight for that tree are also the old fields. As in they are like the residue of this place? Question mark? And give me heals. Oh wait, I can use no. Oh shit! That's different. Oh! I can punch the saw with red fist? Whenever I play this game, I feel so pressured to use all weapons and I get super clunky. Yeah, I get that feeling as well. I know that feeling. Nirichi, you're not that guy into the forest. Shit, did I? To be fair... Sorry. The red fist is pretty strong. I guess I did knock that guy into the forest. Another place with the flamethrower guys, huh? Oh, that's how you get to this place. I feel like that place must be very obscure. Also, what's with this sword? Oh, that works? I'm actually surprised. Oh, hey. Mine. I cannot see shit. Help. I am going somewhere. Only 3 times. Maybe? Okay, maybe not. How many secrets are left? I don't know. But there's like a huge secret that I need to find. A secret that leads to a secret level? As far as I know. Press tab to check. Oh! Oh, that's nice. Yeah, there you go. 2 secrets. I assume the secrets are soul orbs, right? Thanks for the pen. Wait, what is that? Is that normal? I don't think I've been there before. You found the gem? Oh! I want it! Cannot. Oh! 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 I'm so good! It's a gem! I'm gonna get marked for that. Let's do this. You start the show now, baby. Right, let's do this. How do I initiate the fight here? Do I just jump down? I'm ready. Let's do it. I have to initiate the fight while I was inside. Maybe here? Where's the trigger? I guess I have to walk back for now. Alright, we did it. We found the gem. We found shiny and now they're trying to get my shiny. As a kobold, I feel like I should protect the shiny. Alright? Here we go. I messed up. Woo. I have to say, it is a lot harder without the infighting. It is super hard. God damn it, I wasn't ready. Okay. Oh my god. Hey, this happened to my buddy Eric. Who? I just realized the music vaporwave. It's more glitchcore. Ultrakill is known for its sorry, it's detecting my shoulder. And for its breakcore, and now there's like glitchcore. It's pretty good. Still confused as to why getting marked for death slows the music down. Does it? Oh wait, it does. Shit, I didn't even realize. Yeah, it's way slower now. Hi fishes. Looking shiny today? Yeah. Worried about that cough though? It's okay. I'm having medicine and slowly it's gonna go down at some point. How about no? I should just leave them here. If they touch water, they die. Oh yeah, so simply lawful. Hi. But I don't know what happened to Eric though. Hopefully Eric's fine. Alright, here we go. This is bad. The punch is really OD. Compare us, right? Oh my god! Holy shit! Wait, wait. Oh my god! I'm gonna go close the curtain first. Okay. The sun was shining directly on my face. Now I have no excuses. Yeah, no more infighting. This is kinda bad. Right, here we go. I forgot I cannot do that voice. I messed up. Oh! Holy shit! I messed up. Execute one of these, and also these guys. You know I'm doing something right when this is happening, right? Oh!
Emotional damage!
All good, all good. Oh! go see it. Oh my god, this is good. Alright, here we go. Oh no, can I not heal? You and the punch, I got it. I got this. Fucking Christ. Hey, goddammit, I was back. No! I was so close! Ow. Got it. Aye. No. Oh my god, my frames. Non-existent. No! No! No, it doesn't work. Oh my god! This is too much, too much. Hello, excuse me? If I hit that, I actually hit it. No, god damn it. Freaking asshole shield. I got this. Yikey beaky. Wait. Secret level is unfound as of now. Oh, is this not the secret level? Oh, oops. By the way, as I have AFK for a little while, did you find a secret level thing? I thought I found it, but I thought being marked for death is a secret level. No, but I did found a gem. Love how this level is Ultrakilling the bit rate. I'm sorry. I mean, bit rate, then also frame, apparently. Hi, 099. Hello. Haven't seen this game before. It's Ultrakill. Mean Giver. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yes, hi. Hope you're doing good. There's a secret level. The frame rate being killed is I'm sorry. Like, my PC cannot handle this game, apparently. You... I should really have to kill the big guy first, right? There goes the frames. Something happened. If you haven't Ultrakill the frame rate, you're not playing it right. True. True. Oh, so it does happen to y'all as well? It's not just me? That's nice. Where am I? Where the fuck am I? What? Where am I? I love this game. Fuck me. Oh shit. Hey, wicked. GG get wrecked. Hi, Cam Studios. Hi, Wrist. You know, I don't the nail gun, I don't like it. I don't know if I have it. Coming in. Oh my god. Oh no. Something happened. Okay, just fight here, just fight here. No, I wasted it. Woo! Oh. Yeah, get bomb, it's fine. Oh my god. Hey, look at that. Frames are back. Hope you're doing good, Hurst. That's fun as hell. Oh yeah, I forgot about this thing. Here, let me take it. At least I found the secret thing, but haven't found the secret level yet. Yeah, that has to be stylish as fuck. Become marked for death? That's so good. Ah, man. I got milk by wrist. I didn't even notice it. Alright, let me... I have to find the secret level. Oh, there it is. Alternate, right? Attractor. I do have alternate. Wait, I have alternate everything? Oh shit. Oh, not this one. Since when do I even get alternate? What the fuck? It's been too long since I last played this game, okay? I don't even remember anymore. So, nail gun alternate everything? Yo. How do it work? Oh no, that... Huh. Oh, it's a big one. No. Hey? A gun. Maybe this one I can use it. Attractor? Maybe it's not bad. I'll use one alternate for this one. It kind of feels clunky though. They do bounce around a lot. Alright, I'm back. God damn it. Give me your secret. Oh shit, it is way stronger. What the fuck? Hey, secret level. How would I find it? Oh, oops, that was the wrong fist. Wrong fist. There's also alternates for the revolver and shotgun. I don't have them. I guess at some point I might have unlocked only the nail the nail guns one, but not the other ones. Ow. Oh yeah, they have shields, right? That works. How about if I'm close to the secret? Will you guys do like a warmer or colder? Or just warmer, not colder? That way I have a bit of a clue on where it might be. Let me heal. Let me heal. Aye! Sus. Sus. Oh, what happened? Oh, too early. Oops. Oh no, wait a minute. Halter or coda on where the entrance to the secret level is? If it's possible, yeah, that would be great. I am very bad at finding secrets, so I'll still try my best, definitely. Unless it's here. Because right now you're pretty cold. Okay, not here then. This place is structured really weird. I feel like it's here. Oh, that's a sword. I need to make my screen brighter. I'm cheating now. Okay, it is now brighter. Oh, where does this lead? That's pretty far off. Very cold here, okay. That helps, thank you, thank you. So it's definitely not there. That's good to know. This is where I found the gem. Yeah, that's the gem. Do I want to play the gem again? Ooh. Honestly, gem is fun. Yeah, I'll take the gem. I mean, gem is also good for kobolds, so of course I'm taking them. Yeah. We're at the start of the show now. Also, you're right, it does make the music slow down. Uh-oh. Did I sequence break? Hi, Dax. Hello. Hope you're doing good. The lights sometimes behave very weirdly. So I was there. It's not there. Very cold. Do the thunder again? I wanna check that. What's over there? That one. Why are you here? How many hands? Holy shit. Is that? It's so subtle, I can hear breathing. Am I wrong? It's super subtle. That's fucked up. That's absolutely fucked up. Oh my god, what the fuck? Yep, they make very faint breathing sounds. Oh shit, so I was right. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Good, just doing dishes? Good to know. Is this Kobo big brain or is this Kobo small brain? I don't know. It feels like big brain to me. Uh-huh. What are you? Nothing, apparently. Okay. I just need... just needed to make sure. It's still quite cold, unfortunately. Oh, okay, so it's not in the first place. Second place. Second tree? What the fuck? Is this normal? Oh! The fuck? Ah! Okay. Oh! I know this thing. That's how you fight this thing, by the way. It's one of the balls. But why did it spawn here? Challenge, yes. Major assist, no. Oh, that's another secret, okay. So it's not secret level, but it is another secret. The game often spawns enemies as part of red orbs or red orb secrets. It's honestly the first time I found a red orb. The way it shakes, it's very scary. I don't like it. How about the starter level? Up here. There has to be something here, right? Warmer? Oh? Oh? Oh, huh? Are you? Am I? No, you just fucked, okay. Z. Oh yeah, the ZX is fighting. Right. It's a small mistake, it happens. Especially in a place like this where not a lot of people is gonna like pass through here. It's fine. It's a small issue. Do you allow me to go down here? Oh, do you want me to check out something? Come on, do the lightning. I cannot see shit. It's not really something. Warmer though, so it has to be around here somewhere. It doesn't look like I can pass through this place. Ow! Where am I being put at? Where the fuck am I? Oh, I see. So you cannot touch these things. Oh! Oh, I can just do that. Okay. What if this place? What? Uh-oh. Get me back up. Something has to be here. You were really warm for a moment there? For a moment? It has to be somewhere along the vine walking. Are you a fan of horror games and consider playing The Voidness? Not a big... Sorry, not a big fan of horror games, but I do play some of them. If it's like really good. I said that before you walked on there. Oh, Cuddles Snuffles, hi! Welcome, welcome. As a note here, up is not where you need to be. Said that before you walked on there. Oh, okay. The delay. So up is not where I want to be. Down is where I want to be? Question mark? That's the gem. Oh, this is the starting area. It's top tier in my opinion. You use a LiDAR gun to see? You have hands. Pause. Pause. Pause good. Up is not where I want to be. Before I walked on there. Something about this? Yeah, what's with this? Oh, wait. It has to be behind this door. Warmer? Really hot now? It's this door! How do I lead? Yeah, how do I even lead them back? To the start. Street cleaners has to be after the second encounter. Second big encounter. So let's do that, I guess. I'm onto this game. And it's said late with a long eye, like LiDAR. You use a LiDAR gun to see. See what? Oh, in the horror? I don't know what a LiDAR game is. Right, here we go. Big fights incoming. Ay,
Yay! Ow! What the fuck? It's like a radar that uses light. Radar that uses light. Oh, so I'm gonna yip now? I'll yip just a little bit more. Like, yip, right? Yip. Yippee! Then I'll shoot it. Yip, yippee! Oh my god! Okay. Yippee. 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 Okay, so the street cleaners, it's gonna spawn here. You have to scan the surroundings, otherwise it's pitch black. You can only see the dots from the radar, from the lidar. They spawn here, right? Oh wait, it's not here. Where did they spawn again? Yay. Wait, thank you, James. Ooh.
Yikey beaky, I cannot see shit. Where did it go? Come here. Okay. They spawn after this, but I would suggest making sure there are no doors that won't open before trying to lure them back. Oh. The frames. Frames? Frames are gone. No more frames. They spawn after this. Oh yeah, this one. Let me walk back through here. Okay, so far everything opened. I don't think they can jump through things. Can they like jump over things like this? Like if I do this? I guess only one way to find out. They cannot jump, okay. So walking around the road like this. And here. Going down. That's a rather long loop. To the back. Straight here. And then here. Go back. Then burn this, right? And it works. Just gonna lure them back here. It's not far at all. It's only 20 kilometers away. Oh my god. Let's do it. Trying to skip sequence. Button. Button. Alright, follow me now. Hello? Alright. Don't get lost now. Yikey, wait! Don't do it! My fluff's gonna set on fire, come on. Can you not? Burn that shit. Yes. Good stuff. Thanks, you've done your thing. Half an hour. Become marked for death. Oh, it's challenge. It's different. Oh, it's challenge. It's not secret. I think you're gonna like enjoy 7S. Most likely. Who's me? Who's you? Who is you? The music. Alright, here we go. Oh shit, look at this place. You know, it would be a shame if I were to go here and it's just like upscaling. Oh, sorry, downscaling to absurd. Yo, oh my god, I'm playing such a good game. Oh my god. Is this the Nintendo Entertainment System? Oh my god. Oh, I was at here. We love downscaling, don't we? Gamer graphics. Lilac? Lilac. Sneak. Sneak. Nice. I love Sneak. Hello. I swear this game doesn't stop impressing me with the creativity. This game is good. It's really good. We love downscaling. Hope you're doing good, Sneak. Sneak? We love Sneak. Oh. Kisses. Do I need to jump down? Doesn't look like I need to jump down. Snake hisses. Oh, okay. Whoa, wait, I recognize that voice. You think you have chainsaw? I don't have chainsaw, is it, huh? Walao eh. You think only you have chainsaw, is it, huh? Okay, all good. Okay. Alright, all good. Don't worry about it, it's fine. The chainsaw. The Library of Babel? I love how it's like, don't forget to recycle. Myself. Recycle your cobbles. That wasn't here before. Oh, it's fun to see another snake around on Twitch. The snakes are kind of a rarity, I feel like. I don't see much snake. Or dragons, or kobolds in general. Why am I not surprised? No. 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 That was toxic. That was very toxic. I'm sorry. Rock. Rock. Chicken. Hi. You get punched. Where'd you go? I think we could. Dragon's like 50% plus of scalies. Sounds about right. Dragons are the foxes of scalies. Is it? I need to find more dragons. Just kobold things. They're idle? Who? Dragons? I mean, they are idle by me, of course, I'm kobold. Oh. Do you not have health? Oh, is it because you're a ghost? Oh, you don't have health. Wow. Dragons are very cute. Hi, Mafra. Oh, you changed your name. Welcome. The enemies are idled? Oh, I forgot. I want to know something. Can you try to guess how much the species of my owl weighs on average? Isn't owl like very, very light? Don't they weigh like 10 to 20 kg? I'm not too sure. Okay, they're idled. I'm just gonna... Aha. I'll look at the voidness soon as it's sale. As it's on sale. Oh, in my region at least.
Hello
They were there.
and welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate. 20 kilograms, that's heaps. They weigh 100 to 200 kilo. Oh, grams! Oh, that's super light. Yeah, that's... Wait. Grams. They're like empty tin can kind of light. That's... Wow. I also compose mostly of hollow bones and feathers. Snake follow. Shiniku. Alright, let me try my best. Ow. What happened? Oh, did I die? Did I die? Snake follows. Snakes are great. Hey, have I ever shown? I'll wait until the ad break is over then. I have a snake character as well. Hey. Oh no. Ow. Ow. How is it hard? It's not supposed to be this hard. Contemplating being part cat, part dragon over catbird. Have compulsions to push things off high places into my horde. Why? It is that thing, right? In the middle? How can I even... Sorry. Oh, no more ad. Okay, I want to show you guys something. I have a snake character as well. I have 4 characters, but I'm putting my Kobo as like my main character. I have pictures. I render out this one. That's my snake character. Snake beak. Wearing glasses too. Nice wallpaper, thank you. Give me huge BPM vibes. I love BPM too. It's good. Snake. This game reminds me of Fever Dream. I mean, probably because that I'm in a violent, whatever that is, the depths of hell thing. And also my dragon character. Made this model on my own. I love modeling. But also I'm very lazy. There you go. Welcome in, Sibuna. Minicure characters? Yeah. Thank you. This one is also me, this one. This one is like my favorite dragon in Singapore. This is during a FurCon. I should update this picture. This is 2019 or 2018, I forgot. One of them. But yeah, that's me. That's my first ever character. Thank you. Oh no, I cannot punch. Oh, this is not supposed to be that hard, I feel like. Wait. Who's hitting me? Ah! 他妈什么鬼？怎么这样难呢？我吐。OK。Oh, spaghetti. I saw that it was too late. If you ever come to the Euroferns, I would love to take some pictures with you. Euroferns? Oh no. Ooh, that's difficult though. Euroferns, I assume it uses Euro, right? In Europe? Wow, from Malaysia to Europe. It's probably gonna need a lot of months for that. Hopefully someday I can do it. Nick. What am I doing? All good. I'm sad there are many fur cones in Australia. There's only one in Malaysia. As far as I know anyway. Firm is the one that I've been going to. It's not... Is it really that hard? I mean, it is hard. Is it supposed to be this hard? Oh. I want to see Tiara facial level, but it's getting so late. I'm sorry.
Hello. And
I'm
welcome.
trying. Why does this game reminds me of Ultrakill? Because it is Ultrakill. None of them are in my state. I do have to fly to KL to enjoy the con as well. But yeah, it's something. At least it's something. In Malaysia, I can fly there. In Portugal, there aren't any. Closest to me is Belgium and UK. But UK is expensive to go, I think, because of visa and all those boring things. That's EU. It's common to drive from one country to another just to go to work. Happens more often, but it's not common. True. I mean, yeah, I'm not there, but... Hey. I really want to kill that thing. Oh! Fuck! Please, huh? You cannot even punch properly, I swear to God. I can hear my ancestor crying already, watch out. Oh. Uh-oh. Since when you're so active? Thank you. Oh, it's not supposed to be that hard. Pets Trem, watch from bit. But secret level, I'll try my best. Do I go down? I might be very slow now. I'm sorry. Yeah, no jumping down, right? Beach ball? Can I not enjoy a goddamn beach ball? What is your problem? No. I'm in the water, you cannot hurt me. Ugh. Ow. I swear you're the most adorable kobold ever. But there are other ones. They are also very adorable. Merp, Tikaka. Dazi. Tikri. Salon. Toonbold. See? Lots of kobold friends. Yep. Get punched. I'm getting schmixed. How the fuck did I die? I'm a machine. I'm a machine. I'm supposed to not drown, but I'm afraid of water, I think. Do not use underwater. Oh, it's railgun, it's electric. Right. Fuck. Alright, that intricate? Okay. Why does that thing look like a Bioneta boss? Rusted to death? Probably. Sick of you. Sick of your shit. Get punched, idiot. Angry. Yay! How tough are you? What? Walao eh,真的是哦。Get that ass. I got grabbed! Please aim properly. I got this. Wait, that's not punching. Oh! I stuck hit them! Is there another one? I touched the wrong way. I'm gonna cry. Why did I fly up? Oh. 3 HP in the dream. How much rate do we get for a kill? You just need to kiss them and then you hit them and then you get the blood. That's how you get health. You don't need to kill necessarily, yeah. You get health back by yeah, there it is. Angry Mandarin noises. I mean, angry Mandarin noises. I feel like if I want to shout at something, it'll be easier to shout in Chinese. Just because I'm Chinese. Hi! Oh, is that not the necklace? Angry apple screech! Why is it apple, huh? Why apple? Because I'm a green like ample? Okay. Question, is it more correct to say Chinese or Mandarin for the language you speak? Mandarin is more accurate. Chinese is very general. Because Chinese there's Hokkien Hakka. Hokkien Hakka. There's a lot more Cantonese and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of like sub-Chinese. But Mandarin is like Huayu. Chinese, right? You can also parry for full health minus heart damage. But parrying is so hard. I did it. The washer and vacuum go in weapon slot 6. Both tools have alternate fire modes. Later to be vacuumed. Needs to be manually thrown away. Some corpses cannot be moved and needs to be crushed. The door will open when it's all clean. Can you teach us some insult in Mandarin? 华语啊，他妈的，操你妈！Yeah, that too. Am I playing Power Washing Simulator? Huh? Oh! How would I know if a place is not clean? We're playing Washing Simulator, we're playing Dust Force? Ooh. Nice music, I like it. I think you need to clean the blood. Oh, the blood! Yeah, right. Sorry for the mess. I'll clean it up. It's unfair to always let the game do it themselves. Sometimes we're gonna do it. We're gonna help them. It's not easy doing stuff like this, right? Oh, fuck. This is so clever. How about this? What did I do with that? Alright, sorry about your place. I'm cleaning it up now. I cannot believe I'm actually playing Power Washing Simulator. Some courses are too big and must be crushed. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Are you... Oh, okay. This is a good change of pace. I am actually enjoying this. Oh shit. Hell yeah, I can clear your place. I messed it up. Yeah, let me clean up hell for you as well. It's not easy keeping him clean like this, black and white, you know. You need some help. I don't need to... Why do I need to blow them out? Oh, the little things counts as liter count as well, okay. This is great. Oh, how about the one inside? Do they count? Oh no, they count. Oh. They have a flush, I cannot. Oh fuck, it's so good. There we go, look at that. Pond is clean now. Refresh. Refreshing. Alright, let me just clean up some of these bits and bobs and shit. See, the thing is, I love playing, like, I would love to play Power Washing Simulator, but I feel like just so... I feel like I walk so slow, or like the pacing of the game is slow, and I feel like I won't be able to enjoy the game, like, for a long time, you know what I mean? Like, a short session of Power Washing Simulator is good, but when something goes a little bit too big of a scale, then my brain would just be like, ah, fuck. Too much. You should try Dust Forge? I wanna go play Dust Force now. Or as I call it, Ninja Sweepers. Hi Lex. Look, Lex, I'm cleaning. A Kobo that's cleaning. Can you believe it?
Yep, yep.
Here, let me put this down into the dustbin. You're playing Viscera Clean Yip? Viscera Cleanup Detail. Oh, is that a game? I don't know. Much love, Kobo. Off to lay down, fell asleep at my desk. We stay in lurk. Oh, go sleep, it's okay. Thanks for the lurk. Sleep very important. Can I get the ball to its original place? There. Whoa. Is your horn in a dumpster? No way. I don't hoard that stuff. Is this how you crush them? Oh. Good to see Kobo is finally doing her chores. Nah, I cannot believe it. Kobo never do chores, only for this time. So you're not hoarding body parts? Why would I want to hoard body parts? They're not even shiny! And they're sticky icky, I don't like them. Look at how satisfying this is. God damn. Oh, nice. It tells me that it's done. You can't keep pushing your chores onto sticks here. Linglong's gonna come down on you for it. Nah, Linglong would do chores. Linglong would help me to do the chores, I feel like. No, Stixie is just lazy. Well, I'm lazy too. Maybe you should clean them then. I mean, some of them were made of metal. Body parts? I don't think body parts are made of metal. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Eat. Wee. Wee. Some of them were robots. So robotic parts. I don't want them. Metal, but are they shiny? I mean, I guess they're kind of shiny, but I don't know. And Kobo's gonna have some standards on their hordes. You see, we hoard mosses. Moss is good. Rock is good. Gems are the best. Dragons, the best. This is so good. Oh my god, it's so satisfying. Maybe I should play Power Washer Simulator. You know, maybe I would like it, I feel like. What if I just do like... Oh, that works too? Wow. I don't wanna. That's not satisfying. This is such a good water though. Can clean off stains like that? Wow. What kind of water is this? The shiny rocks belong in every horde. My horde, you mean? Don't hoard robots, they can come back online and then you may be in trouble, depending on the robot. Right? Dangerous. Oh, that looks good. I still cannot crush this one though. I'm just creating more blood. I'm just creating more blood. I'm gonna slam. Oh, slam! Oh no! Come back! Oh, he just went down, okay. Crunch. Buy your own gems, I'll find mine. Or I can steal yours. Just cobalt things. When I see it, it's mine. Oh. No! Wait, I wasn't done! Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, wow, you can change it? Oh my god, this is the best game ever. Can you do that in Power Washer Simulator? Can you like change to vertical, horizontal? You can? Ah. No. Okay. See, I want to save money to buy Helldivers too. But there's also Power Washer Simulator. Now that I'm playing this. Is it part of the base game or is this a mod? This is actually in the game. This is part of the secret level. I was dumbfounded when I first like when I first like, oh, you're gonna clean up your mess. Like, what? My mess? You know, and then it's like, yeah, my mess. I made this mess. I did. I shot them, and then they became blood. What? How do you spray that? I just had lunch and I come back to you cleaning up the bug? I didn't know that I'm supposed to clean up too. But sometimes a Kobo has to do their chores. But this one is kind of fun. At least this one Kobo is enjoying it. They do it nice. Clean. How about the shotgun shells though? It's kind of adorable, I know, right? Yeah, we crossed the streams, now we're playing Power Washing Simulator. Welcome back, man. It's the responsible thing for a Kobo to do. Nah, I only do it once or twice, but not always. I don't want to do them. I'd rather get head pets for dragons and stuff. That sounds good. Okay, lobby is clean. Side room. Okay, where's the dumpster? Oh, it's here, okay. Whee! Oh, do I have to throw that one as well? Okay, that should be everything up here. Now we... water. You said shotgun shells. I get so triggered when people say shotgun bullets. Oh, aren't they shells? Haha, at least I know about that. I'm the clever bold. Kind of. Sometimes. Most of the time I'm just dumb. clean. But how about the one on top? Hmm? Bring the ball with you? I'm lazy. Darren clips their magazines. What? I have never heard someone say shotgun bullets. To be fair, not me neither. Hear me out, shotgun grenades? Ooh. That's like cluster bomb, but shotgun. Hmm. I'm so glad I'm enjoying this. That I went through this secret level. I'm so glad. Yeah, they shotgun shells with either pellets or slugs. Isn't slug like a bug? It's okay, Kobo can take it. Oh my god, yes! Get in! Milk. They better be dragon milk. Oh, no more later? Okay. Oh, yeah, I can still clean out. Yeah, it still works. The Library of Babel. Don't know what that is. It's getting clean. I can do it fast too. I modded Halo once and made the AR have 999 ammo per magazine and 999 magazine that shot shotgun shells with the pair torn home like needles and explode like scorpion tank missiles and max fire rate. Huh. Don't know anything about Halo, but I'm pretty sure that's just broken. But then again, I don't know anything about guns and shit. Blood behind is it behind the pillars too? It's fine, just Kobo things. They don't know about that. Actually, I can just just clean up down here first. Nice. I wasn't done. Okay, I don't like that. They took the satisfaction away from me. Oh, wait, this is a carpet. Oh no. I wasn't that. Very messy Kobo. Maybe Kobo is kind of messy. And VY is a very messy eater. Nice. We have lounge. Oh, it's getting dark. Give me a second. It's getting dark means that my camera cannot capture properly. So I need to make it brighter. Like this. How big is this level? How big is this? Yip. Quite big, I would say. Yeah, just crank up the gain, it's easy. Or you think there's some technical things that I need to do? No, just crank up the gain. Easy. I don't know anything about technical stuff. Or something at least, like the very basics of basics. Oh. Oh.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'm gonna yip for the next 2 minutes. I'm just gonna yip then. Yip. Yip. Oh, that was close. Yip. Oh, yip. Yip, 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 yip. Ah, yip.
Yip, yip.
Oh, yip. Yeah. Yip and pets. Please bring a ball with you and I'll owe you a sub. For a ball? Is it something... Is it for like a... Is it something will happen if I bring the ball? Or do you just want the ball? Because if there's something that's gonna happen when I bring the ball, then it might be a different story. For the meme content. Meme content, huh? I'm just gonna bring these down. As I said, I've never seen this game before. Oh. Must have missed it. But if I bring the ball now, it feels like I'm doing it for the sub, which is what I don't like to do. How about this counterpoint? I bring the ball, you don't need to sub. How about that? I'm just gonna throw everything down there. It's easier to clean up afterwards. And even the shiny, oh man. Can I keep this?
I kind of want to keep this. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Even the shiny. Not the shiny. It's ultimately up to you what to do. I know. It is my playthrough. It's just that when I hear... It is like a previous bad interactions I had. Like, although it's not forcefully, it's a different story, but it's similar. Where there's someone who immediately subs to my channel and then orders me what to do immediately. And I was just like, no, I don't want to do it. But they keep forcing me. It's like, I sub to your channel, you gotta do it. And then I just ban them. It's like, nah, I'm not dealing with that easy. But yeah, it's a similar case, but this one is a little bit different. I don't believe I have to throw the shiny away. Fuck. And for such a small room, there's a lot of litter, huh? Oh, I can just do that. Wee! 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 That's blackmail and one for bribery. Yeah. That one is a more severe case of blackmail. But I just nowadays I just get so scared when people is like, you do this and I give you a sub, and it's just I think that's all of them. Here, let's clean them out first. Oh, even this little thing? What even is that? I don't even know what that is. Hey, it's Kobo stripes, including gays in all of Malzeno? Yeah. You know, Jay immediately found the use for milk. It's just like Malzeno and then milk. Oh no. Do the shinies last after the blood? Yeah. I had to say my farewell to the shiny. I cannot believe it. This game, I swear to God, is so brutal. Like, hey. Hey. This game is so anti-Kobold. Hey, you just throwing banana at me. Nah. Snake bully, snake bully, snake bully. No, snake. Oh, it's so loud. Snake bully. Oh, I thought I did the combo. Wait. Wait. There was a sandal. Wait. And Kobo's gonna cry now. Oh. Think this is the longest I've seen you stream? Really? Hi, Kokera. Kobo. It's not supposed to be that loud. Maybe I messed up some settings. Oh, you've seen me stream this long, right. I don't usually stream this long, I feel like. Yeah, I don't usually stream this long, but I only stream this long on a special occasion. Like last time, I was streaming for like 18 hours. Hi, Fang. Don't worry about it, just cleaning up not the crimes that I've done. Me doing crimes? Oh, I can't even see it. What you do? I did nothing. I'm just cleaning up. Don't worry about it. I'm just cleaning up. We're only helping clean by tossing you stuff you missed in there. You get a pass. Oh, does these things not count? Or do I have to crush them? Nope, I guess they just don't count, but I'm still gonna put it in. I hope those doesn't count. Somebody fell down. Uh-oh. Look, you're not a real Kobo if you have not committed at least 6 more crimes. How about 1? Is 1 good enough? Kobe. Hey, look at that. I'll do it again. For the style. I missed. Don't worry about it. Kobe. Oh. The real war crime here was trashing a mini sculptures. There were a bunch of them. That's at least 6 war crimes that I did then. Hey, but the game told me to clean up things. I have to, well, you know, clean it up. That's all of them? That's all of them. Wait, how about the... Where's my shiny? What the fuck? This game, I swear to God. It's always a meme on in D&D when you kill a dragon, all its Kobo servant gets orphaned. You then have the obligation to burn down the orphanage. What? Why would you want to burn down the orphanage when it's full of kobolds? I did not bin... I put my shiny here. This place. It's a lot of red Kool-Aid. Yeah. See, I was play fighting with a dragon and a bunch of them, And then, it's just a bunch of Kool-Aid that we were drinking. And then I accidentally splashed some of them. On the wall, on the ceiling, on the ground, on the pillars. Just some of them. Yeah, that's not much. Just red Kool-Aid. There's nothing wrong with splashing or spilling some red Kool-Aid. It's fine. It's nothing to worry about. I would never do anything bad. Why would I? And I am definitely not cleaning up after my spillage. So don't worry about it. Because war crimes are war crime. You burning down an orphanage full of kobolds. I'm a kobold. I'm sad now. Kobo aid. Please aid Kobo. Oh. Oh. Spin. The spin. Spin. Yo, spin. Mega spin. Physics. Okay, so if you're in my party, you can adopt all the kobolds before I burn it down. I found the location and sending a kobold arrows after them. Yeah, get them! They're bullying kobolds! Get them! Remember to bite their ankles. That's our strongest move. That's right. It's like Goku going Super Saiyan 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Ultra Instinct or whatever. There's so many things with Goku. See, the thing is, I think being a kobold has like a bit of a privilege, no? I feel like if we were to cry, like if a kobold would cry in front of the dragon, like a dragon owned a kobold, and then in front of them is a kobold crying, I think the dragon would just go berserk. Who bullies my kobold? Fear my wrath and shit like that. The privilege. That was satisfying. I'll just tell the kobold that I'm an andro dragon and never tell them I'm just a snake. I'll believe that. Because andro dragon. Depends on the color of the dragon. I don't know anything about D&D though. I'll just think like, oh, dragon, kobolds, haha. Whoa, fire. They consider kobolds part of their horde. Blue ones? Oh, no litter? This one is just blood? Oh, red Kool-Aid, not blood. Ah, no, it's not blood. Must have misheard. It's just dumb Kobo brain, you know. Sometimes I think it's blood because I see red, but it's not. It's just just red Kool-Aid. Don't worry about it. All the metallic dragons? Different colored dragon has different behavior? Fair enough. See, thing is, I would love gold dragon because, you know, gold, shiny. And dragons. That's double the things that I love. Shiny and a dragon in one place. Oh, I wasn't done. Golds are typically chill. Will help out if they find people worthy. If they don't, they keep them to the shelves. Oh, keep to themselves. Oh. Only help if there's benefit to the dragon. I love that. Sorry. It suddenly came to me, I cannot even stop it. Oh wait, that's not a bloodstain. That's not a bloodstain, I'm stupid. Oh, did I just say bloodstain? No, sorry. Red Kool-Aid. Gosh, I need to be careful what I say here. Each color of dragon has different alignments in nature. So blue is the one that hoard dragon. That hoard kobolds. Don't all dragon will hoard or like have a few kobolds of their own? I thought that's like in dragon nature. I wasn't done. I guess it's to make things easier. Did I do it? Yeah, I guess I did it. The music stopped. That was fun. There, clean. There, it's open. It's all clean. Yeah, there it is. Red are just sticks. Uh-oh. Ethnicity. Red are real aggressive. There's this one blue dragon that protected the village from bandits, etc. Testament 5. 5? Where's 1, 2, 3, 7? I am hollow. My mistakes leave nothing but hate in their wake and infinite pain to follow. I can't take any more of this guilt and regret. For me, there is no tomorrow. I am hollow. I began to seek the end of my days, but when I stared into the abyss averted its gaze. What? What does that even mean? It prevents you from missing that one little Kobo 8 splatter. That makes sense. Like in D&D, there are good dragons and bad ones. It depends on what they are. Aren't kobold bad? I mean, kobolds are in D&D. I don't know anything about D&D though. Are they bad? Nah, kobolds are good. I mean, look at me. I'm a good kobold. Eh. Done. Hellbath, no fury. Yeah, no fury. No fury here. That's good. Oh, I don't keep the equipment? Oh shit, I forgot about the ball. I actually forgot about... Don't... I'm not gonna do it again. Okay. I was thinking too much about dragons and being thirsty for them, and I just forgot about the ball. I mean, unless it's Dragon Ball... Yeah. A million? Shit. I only have 700k. Oh! Oh, it needs Soul Orb. Oh, that's what it does. Magnum. Hellbath, no fury, like a woman's scorn. Scorn? They mostly live in packs, rob or keep to themselves, and sometimes kobolds could be in civilized locations. So they don't live around in cities then? Like in towns, villages? I mean, I guess kobolds love caves. Hi again, Brian. They do not? No. I would love to see a kobold just roam around a city or something. That would be so adorable. But I think I'm gonna stop here for today. They sometimes live around them and loot from the towns. Until it's like a basic kobold. Maybe I'm like a big one. I'll stop here for today. I am getting hungry. I need food. I want food. Maybe tomorrow I can play some Emit Evil. This one? Maybe this week it's like retro shooters. Because why not? Kobolds have like 8 HP. They have strength in numbers and are generally seen as monsters. The prejudice, I cannot believe it. The prejudice against kobolds. 5 HP? Shit. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Oh, can I listen to that music again? Ultrakill. Why is it all caps? OST? Machine. What's the music for when I'm trying to buy the gun? Shop theme. There it is. Silently points at the screen while debating which railgun to buy for 20 minutes. I'm good. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being. I got milk by milk. Have a nice day. Thank you, Bracky. Then I'm 3 feet tall. I am 3 feet tall, kind of. You can play as a kobold, so there's that. Wasn't there like a kobold mod in Baldur's Gate 3 now that I can play? A fantastical creature mod, I think? Yeah. Maybe I should play back Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate. Oh, let me snooze the ad real quick. No ads. Oh, Tumbo is playing the game. Another crab's treasure. It's like a crab, but Dark Souls. That game looks really fun. That's Ray Toonbold, another kobold. It's based off the Ryuru book of that. Oh! It's been altered like how a kobold would be in D&D rule set? So if I play as a kobold, I will have 5 HP. No strength, I assume? But big agility. No intelligence because I'm stupid as fuck. Yeah, wisdom, charisma. Charisma might be like 20. No, you still pick a stat. Oh, okay, that's fair. Can I link the kobold stat block? What's that? Is it like another Baldur's Gate mod? Then sets up for NPC kobolds. All NPC kobolds? That's not much NPC kobolds. It's the stats for kobolds in D&D. Nah, it's okay. I'll check them out later. If I want. Because I never played D&D before, so I have no idea, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll check out kobolds when I, like, want to play D&D someday. Thanks for pet. Oh, Salo just raided. Salo raided Toonbold. God, Salo is such a cute kobold too. And Kobo is very squishy, must handle gently like Borgir. I will squeak. I learned how to squeak yesterday from Salo. As reference 10 is considered an average human. So think of it like this NPC can be weaker than most NPC. I mean generally, right? It's kobolds. I think there's like Popper the kobold in Baldur's Gate 3. But I never really checked their stats. All the stats other than Dex are below 10. Oh, like a most average normal as fuck human is gonna be all 10. And then kobolds depending on... I think I would be like 3, 3, 4, 3, 3 or something like that. I don't know. And kobolds are so awesome, they only need half of that, right? Kobolds are great. We love them. I love kobolds. I'm a kobold. No bias here. Do you see any bias? Not me. I don't see any bias. And 3 kobolds in the trench coat. The classic. I'm gonna raid. I want dinner. Getting getting tired. Getting hungry. Become 3 trench coat in the Kobo. Alex Hedgie. Hey. Your model is so adorable. I love all the colors. Hey, thank you. Purple great. Pink great.
Hello.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You don't work off the stat block of the NPC. It's what you roll or choose. Now for more colors. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought you're gonna like be like, oh, more colors. I thought it's gonna be like white. Oh no. What would milk be? In a white color, I'm pretty sure they don't change, right? I hope this song is not copyrighted. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate. Already milked you. It sounds so wrong. Already milked you. Cannot believe it. I actually made the redeem. Hey, don't worry about it. Oh, it's 7 PM already? Holy shit. There is the most common ways to do stats are rolling 4d6 or do point by or do points by like in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. 4d6? It could be 24 if you are very lucky. Isn't 24 like super duper high? Right? 6-4 is 24. I haven't fully awakened yet. Don't worry. It's 7 PM and I haven't fully awakened yet. The 4d6 dropped the lowest. 24 would be stupid high. You roll 4d6 and take the 3 high. Oh, drop the lowest. So 3、4、5、6 3、4、5、6把3丢掉的话就4、5、6 4、5、6加起来就6 6 11 Ah, 18. Okay. 30 is a Mexican if any stat. 24 is high as fuck then. Holy shit. Did you enjoy? Yes. I did enjoy painting the world red. And I enjoy cleaning it up too. 20 without magic and such. Magic items and such. 30 is basically god stats. Do you enjoy cleaning all your fucking mess? It's just Kobo red Kool-Aid. I just cleaned that too. It's fun. I love that. I would love to play Power Washing Simulator someday as well. It's great. I love that. It's a good change of pace. I like it. It's great. I enjoy cleaning. At least it's not bloodstained. Those are not bloodstained. Those are just red Kool-Aid. Power Wash Ultrakill DLC. It's not DLC. That's wild. It's actually the base game. Hiring you? Why? 3 shiny an hour? No. Only 3 an hour? Huh. I need a dragon. I'm saying that as DLC. Ah. And a dragon. You're gonna find me a dragon every hour. Holy shit. Oh, what a bargain. What a bargain. Oh my god. This is Kobo bargaining. I can't create dragons. Fair enough. Let me like this one. Tira, your job is to clear the mess, not create it. I'm not creating mess. What do you mean? I'm not creating mess. Alright, I'm just gonna do You do such a good Chinese accent. 老板，我是华人呢。Dragon, an hour, that's insane. Is it though? I'm a Kobo though. Just make cardboard dragons Kobo won't notice. You know what? If I see a dragon, I probably wouldn't notice. I'll just be like, hey, dragon. And started crawling all over them. It's what a Kobo would do, no? I'm just gonna summon Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. I'm surprised you're that good to do it in an hour. See, but the thing is, if you do give me a dragon as payment, I probably won't clean anything up. I'll just crawl around the dragon. Like all the time. You just see me crawling around that cardboard or a real dragon just crawling around. I'm not even gonna do anything. Oh shit. I'm part dragon, just saying. Huh? I always thought you were just a kobold. And not that anything's wrong with that. I love kobolds. And Goggy, kobold through and through, don't lie. Hi cat, with dragon eyes. I'm gonna raid soon. Oh, very soon. I'm getting very hungry. And kobolds can do anything quickly with the right motivation. Yeah. I'm not lying, it's part of my kobold's lore. A sack full of shiny gold coins to tell the truth. I make that daily. 2! Whoa, it drives such a hard bargain! 2! Oh my god, that's like 2! That's a lot. I yip 6 stacks of coins. Can I have some? That's a lot. I want some. Maybe like, can I have 6 stacks? Can I have 6 stacks of gold coins? All in 12 stacks of coins and a precious gemstone? Whoa. Truly cold. Is this a poker game now? Good. Alright, I'm curious to see where this will end up with. We'll go get a tell the truth, or would Jade lose this bet? In the meantime, I'm just gonna plug my Discord. Hey chat, did you know I have a Discord? The Discord has a dragon simping corner, and it's where I announce my stream stuff. I forgot I don't have a thumb. Imagine I have a 5th finger that's doing a thumbs up. Actually, I just do this. Can I? Can you do that? Everything is cool. Come on, do it. How do you do it? You don't want to do it. Well, that's a thumbs up. Don't worry about it. Oh, I should type in the rate as well. I forgot. I should rate soon because I cannot snooze the ad anymore. Fuck. Transform into a gold dragon. Mine. I call dips. Do things off camera. What do you mean? I call dips to crawl around this gold dragon. Thank you very much. It's mine. I have to. It's a dragon. That's a dragon. I have to. Alright, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna... I call dips. Oh shit. No! I want it. I mean... Guys, get a room. Yeah, I beat you to it. I call dips. See, the thing is, I said I call dips. It's a full package. Oh, thank you, Nexus. Yeah, that's the right message. That could be fun. And one way or the other. Okay, I'm gonna raid. So before the raid, I get a hotel room. I'll join. No, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much. Also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Okay? Here comes the raid to Tumble. Get a hotel room, send me the number. Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, not in public. Hey, yeah. See, when there's a dragon, I just lose control. Just couple things, I guess.
Yep.
Anyway, what he does is stay in this cobalt form and watches over his clan and protects them.
Yep.
That's a really considerate dragon. Well, now I know Gogeta is a dragon. I don't know what to do with that information. I'm probably just gonna call Gogeta, just like please become dragon, and I just can crawl around. I just like to imagine like a small little kobold just like crawls around a dragon, because why not? I think that's kind of adorable. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably most likely play some Amid Evil. It's a game that I never played and heard good things about it, right? So take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Take care. Smooches. Mwah. Bye. He was almost forced to kill them. They saw how the Kobo clan wiped out in front of him. So protects his clan. Characters. I love their backstory.